the state of Chess.com. Once again, it's been a minute. Hello to everybody who's tuning in already, to everyone who has posted their comments on the many different social media platforms that we asked for your questions over the previous week. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Reddit, everywhere. There's a ton to get into. Be careful what you ask for when you post a thread to Reddit and the moderators agree to pin it to get questions from the community. I think that part of the reason they pin it is because they understand that there's going to be a lot of fair and often critical, nuanced questions for Chess.com. And some with some big feelings, and we're going to dive into all of it today. There's a lot of big questions, a lot of things out there, some really interesting comments, and some really interesting feature requests as well. So we have so much to get into today. Of course, we're going to dive into product updates. We're going to talk about some big events coming with a huge special guest that a lot of you saw. We announced yesterday. Ludwig himself will be joining us to talk about a big event and some big things coming, and a ton of other things ahead. So welcome. We're going to start every segment off as we do in this show. I always say it's my favorite show, and I really mean that. I actually don't think I say that other shows are my favorite. So I think I have the legs to say this is my favorite show because we get to just immediately engage with the community. I get to occasionally be the comedian calling someone out in the front row. It's therapy, and honestly, it leads to a lot of interesting conversations that happen internally for the company after the show, because a lot of the comments, questions, concerns, and things that all of you raise in the community, they really do make a difference, and it leads to a lot of interesting conversations. So we're going to do all of that. We've got Grandmaster Robert Hess in chat. We've got someone yelling at us about monopolizing chess. Of course, not true. We got so many great things happening already. It's going to be a good show today. Can you feel it? I feel like this is where we play Post Malone song. Can you feel it? Right. This is going to be good. Shout out to Bigfoot who just subscribed, and all of our subscribers. Seriously, really appreciate it. This is going to be awesome, and we can even say hi to chat right away off the top of the show before we dive in, just to quickly let everybody know that we're doing awesome things here at Chess.com. I hope everyone sees the production of, I guess, quality and value that we're working on all the time. Everything from sexy animations like you just saw to just all the shows we're trying to do to entertain you, the chess fan, and to bring the chess world happiness, joy, edutainment. And luckily, I am not currently logged in as a mod right now, so we only see all the good things in chat. And so don't worry about screaming any sort of any sort of obscene comment. It won't be showed on screen. What's up, Weebelies and everyone else? Danny vibing. That's what today's show is going to be about. We're vibing, and it's going to be awesome. So we're excited to be here, and we're going to be keeping tabs on everybody. If you have questions that maybe you didn't see our post on Twitter, on Reddit, maybe you haven't had a chance to weigh in with a concern you have, a feature request, an idea, right? Maybe you just have some kind things to say, right? As they said in Bambi, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Maybe you just want to just weigh in on some things and some thoughts you have. If you haven't already done that in the week leading up to this, you can engage in real time. We've got many amazing mods working hard, and there's our first call to action to do so, right? Hey, community, this is your chance. Weigh in, and if we see some good questions, we're going to bring it to our massive master spreadsheet that I'm going to be diving in at the end of the show here when we get into the Q&A portion. Shout out to the subscribers coming in. Really, it's awesome and appreciated. We say it not just because it's the party corporate line. It actually does help make all the things possible, all of your support. So thank you so much. And yeah, Ludwig is going to be here. Ludwig is going to be here at some point at around the 11 a.m. Pacific hour. So, okay. On that note, I think we should do what we do at the to start off every show, which is we kind of take a look back at what was, what has been, and maybe have some fun discussion about some of the big things that happened in the previous quarter. And on that note, I'm ready to do it. We're going to dive into our product update portion of the show. We've got April to look at first, and sometimes I like to just jump to the meat of discussions. I love going to the bottom of this thing and immediately engaging in some of the biggest topics, which is our fair play stats and the things that we actioned, including 10 titled players closed in March. Every time I see it, it hurts me deeply. But anyway, so some big things happened in April. Probably we should jump to the topic. I have not had a chance to weigh in yet on camera about the fact that Danny Rensch is the new world champion. I didn't do commentary for the world championship for the first time in a long time, and anyway, that was exciting. It was thrilling chess. I'm not gonna lie. I also missed Magnus, like I think a lot of people. Right? It was an interesting event to watch. But as far as the drama on the board, I don't know that you could ask for anything better than what we got. Right? It was pretty incredible. I think it's going to be interesting to see what shakes up in the coming months of the chess world. You have a new world champion. You still have Magnus Carlsen out there. You've got a guy who has no business playing professional chess, who's a streamer, who somehow is world number two. Right. Obviously, I'm joking, talking about Hikaru Nakamura. So who knows? Who knows what is ahead right now? And I think that actually makes it more interesting to follow top level chess. Ding is chilling, and yeah, it's interesting stuff. So anyway, I don't really know that I have a lot of comments to say besides it was awesome. Jan Nepomniachtchi, friend of mine, obviously, he was sporting that Chess.com logo, so in a way we were kind of rooting for him. Obviously, it was hard to see Jan go down, and I know that was tough, but also Ding Liren. I mean, how can you not be rooting for that guy? Absolute sweetheart, incredible person, and it's going to be awesome to see where we go from here. So, all right, I think probably the biggest thing to talk about in April was this. Can I just like for the last time, for anyone out there who still believes that Eric is retiring, and that might shock some of you, but the amount of text messages, well wishes, and questions I got from people who legitimately believed that Eric was retiring was kind of scary. And these are from some of my smartest, uh, most influential friends. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, people were like blown away and convinced by this whole thing. Even people who knew that obviously the Anish Giri thing was a joke. For some reason, they were able to separate that Anish Giri was not CEO, but that Eric was still retiring. And anyway, that was mind blowing. And so I just want to say that that's a big lesson learned, that I guess we should be pretty careful about what we do with April Fool's jokes going forward, speaking to all of us, because um, apparently not everyone gets the joke. And, yeah, exactly. And Tiz, you're making a really good point, Tiz. So I literally am saying that, like, not in any kind of disparaging way. Like, these are from some of the smartest people I know. It's just like the power of media, I guess, in the way things are presented. As Tiz Diz, if I read that chat message correctly, just said, if you Google Chess.com CEO, that Anish Giri is still like either let's Google it right now. I mean, what we can do whatever we want on this show. I can do whatever I want on this show. Let's do it. Who is Chess.com CEO? Let's do it. This is the problem. This is the problem. I literally haven't even done that before. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is a problem. So SEO team, you're doing too good of a job. I'm calling out all of our content team right now. Like, I'm literally going to post a message in the SEO channel that is like, we actually need to do something about this. This is insane. This is why this show is awesome. We're gonna have a really great time here together. This is so Anish Giri is not CEO. Eric is still CEO. Okay, for some better or worse on that. That's the truth. Okay, Eric is still CEO. Just kidding. And Anish Giri was never qualified. And Anyway, so that was really great time. And also the amount of applicants we got, I guess it shouldn't be surprised. We literally got Elon Musk engaging on this. I don't know if any of you followed that, but when we posted this, and we Eric has a bit of a running joke as a Stanford alum, and he doesn't brag or like to talk about that, but he is a Stanford alum, has an MBA from Stanford. He likes to make a joke about Harvard MBAs not being allowed. And we have many Harvard MBAs on staff, and they're amazing. I'm not going to call out who they are. Am I? No, I'm gonna let them be. But the point is, like, there's a few people who like kind of have a personal running joke on that, and so Elon Musk engaged that idea that comment was fire. So this got a lot of traction. So anyway, this is a lot of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that, and we'll be careful going forward. There were 550 applicants in just a few hours that it was open to be Chess.com CEO. There you go. And I actually feel like Anish stole the show, and Anish Giri is obviously bleeping hilarious. And if anyone doesn't follow him on Twitter, the dude is next level troll. Like, his comments right now about Hikaru not being worthy of a wild card spot. In case you don't realize, he's actually trolling when we're talking about the World Cup. But I feel like a lot of the other people in it, Levy, Hikaru, the Botes sisters, all the content was great. So thank you to everyone who played along with that. We probably shouldn't be overlooked because we're starting with April and we haven't done a state of chess. I don't think we've done a state of chess since the PMG kind of announcement acquisition show, if my memory serves me correctly. So it's been a minute. Um, Obviously the Women's History Month was pretty awesome. If you happen to not see the women's roundtable and you're someone who cares at all about you know, investing in the future of chess, not just for diversity and those things aren't just a thing we talk about to check a box, but because it's legitimately, the best thing for chess. And when you see some of those experiences shared, so shout out to all the women who did that. That was pretty heartwarming and heartbreaking and also pretty awesome and made me excited. So we also did the women's history bots, which is pretty cool. We continue to do all kinds of bots whenever we can think of a special occasion to do it, like trolling a video game company who I'm not going to name on camera because that probably would not be a good thing to do when you walk the line of that. But the Women's History Month and the content that came out of that and the stories that were shared, pretty awesome. I'd love if our mods could throw a link to that video again in chat. And you know, I will call out ahead of time anyone acting behind the veil of anonymity who's going to make some sort of abusive, sexist, or marginalizing comment right now. Just see yourself out of the room because you're not needed. Not just because I'm a dad of 2 daughters, but because this is actually a really big issue and it's something that needs to be tackled. And there are a lot of industries that have faced issues in regards to, I guess if you want to call it, when you get a majority that is out of whack with a fair experience, especially toward women. But just don't even make the comment. Just understand that regardless of your personal beliefs, this is a really big thing that needs to be tackled from a cultural, systemic level in chess. And if you followed the chess news and seen any of the other controversies or experiences going on, it's not that. Here's the thing about this, guys and gals. It's not that I would argue that there are industries that have cultural issues to deal with on this stuff, and it's not because like everybody's a bad actor or a bad guy. It's because if you don't talk about it and if you don't deal with it or create an opportunity for there to be a safe space for truth, then the system allows for bad actors to exist, right? So I think people get defensive and are like, oh, like I don't want to talk about this stuff because I'm not someone who's abusive toward women or someone who has created a negative experience for women in chess. But if you're not willing to at least tell the truth and shine a light in a self-reflective manner about a cultural or a systemic issue, you're allowing for those who are to exist behind a veil of mystery or because it's not talked about. And so again, I think that this is like a big just don't even make those comments. That's not what we're going to do here. And I hope you do appreciate that this is a conversation that was well worth having. And again, super huge thank you to the women who had the courage to share those stories. So thank you so much for that. All right, I'm going to move on from that and talk about the fair play issue that I'm not going to talk about till we get into. There's so many big fair play questions coming at us from Reddit. We're going to have a lot to talk about at some point. And this is a very serious issue, right? We got a lot to talk about. But this is at least a sign that regardless of all the criticism and regardless of your views on how Chess.com is handling this and whether or not we need to be doing things differently, which we are 100% reviewing, reflecting on, and open to all the time. We'll get into that later. We are also doing our job, and we cannot prevent crime. I should not say the word murder, but we can't prevent it, and we also would not claim to be perfect. But while we are losing maybe some PR battles in terms of the optics that some people might feel, we are slowly, I would argue, winning a war in regards to dealing with cheating. And there's a lot of big things going on behind the scenes that I'm going to talk about later on. So that'll be my first little tiny little taste, right? Of what we're going to dive into later. Yeah. How's this show going? People are loving it. People are loving it. Or they're hating it, but they're engaged, right? That's what they say. The worst thing is people aren't talking about you, apparently. Someone said that about WWE. I don't know if that's the case, but at least everyone's here to know that we're getting real on this show, like we always do. We're not going to hold back, and we're going to have fun. So there you go. There's my April update. By the way, I am going to give another shout out to Discord, not just because we love the community there. We just wrapped up a really fun event where I lost to the world. Big surprise. I owe some signed hats. I actually have the hat sitting right over there in a box. I owe a few of the most engaged Discordians. Is that a thing? Discordians? Just Discordians. I owe a few Discordians some signed awesome Chess.com swag that you actually can't buy anywhere. These are some pretty sweet and sexy hats. And so if you haven't joined our Discord, you should. We're gonna do another game versus the world, and we're gonna continue to do all kinds of fun events and so much going on that maybe we don't do as much as we uh okay. Discordianism is centered on the idea that both order and disorder are illusions imposed on the universe by the human nervous system, and that neither of these illusions of apparent order and disorder is any more accurate or objectively true than the other. Wow. That is some deep stuff, which I think I believe and agree with. I didn't know. Maybe I'm a Discordianist. Maybe there's order and disorder illusions going on. We're gonna come back to that. Join our Discord. Okay. Now we've got May. I'm looking at our notes over here. We okay. And I by the way, keep bringing your questions. I know some people tune in or don't tune in. There you go. That was the comment right there. Thank you, Max. Tune in or don't tune in based on whether you think your questions are going to get answered. We're going to get to a lot of it later on. We're already engaging in chat, as you can see, engaging with chat, but a lot of big community questions later. So we're going to continue to roll on through these updates before we are joined by some special guests. Before Ludwig gets here, we've got some other special guests that we're going to be talking to. So if you're just tuning into the State of Chess, thanks for being here. This show's a lot of fun. Okay, now everyone's going to start spamming this one. That's one of those things where everyone starts spamming the thing in chat. I never really got that. I think I'm too old for a lot of things that happen on Twitch. I don't understand why that's cool to just spam chat with the same message over and over. Like, what are you getting out of that? Like, personally, I'm at like, what are you getting out of that? It's the State of Philosophy of Chess, a lecture moderated by Danny Rensch. A little bit. I don't know. I mean, if I no lectures intended, sharing my feelings, thoughts, and views on some big topics. From what I shared about Women's History Month to fair play stuff, but hope you're having fun. Okay, this was a funny one because we did a month of bots that we thought was a really fun idea to engage with the everyone who's ever played in a chess club has had an experience of playing someone who, I don't know, like maybe their personality was just a little obnoxious. I don't know, like the guy who constantly reminds you of something he won many years ago, right? And usually I've met a lot of these people, or I've met like their grandmas on a plane where I sit down next to them and I make the mistake of saying I work at a chess company. Like, oh, like my grandson is a chess champion. And I'm like, oh, like a chess champion, like cool, like what? Like, I don't know, like he's just a chess champion. And you're like, well, that's a pretty vague statement to make, right? So there's like the guy who always reminds you that he's a chess champion. There's the person who like ruthlessly tries to flag you, always cheap tricks, etc. Right? So we were just trying to have a little fun, poking at the personalities of the game, and I hope you enjoyed that. We're trying to do different fun things with our bots, and yeah, there you go. Again, a little bit of Dingley Ren World Championship update. I'm looking at some other things we did. Obviously, we got the fair play updates in April. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later when we have Michael Brancato joining. If you don't know, our vice president of esports and events is going to be on the show today. We're going to be looking ahead to some big events around the corner, talking about some cool things that have happened. And if you didn't participate in this, you might want to rethink it, if I'm allowed to say that we may or may not be doing it again in terms of a partnership with the IOC. This was a really cool thing that ultimately ended in a championship in Singapore that just took place, and Michael was there along with some other Chess.com staffers and some top players. This was actually a very, very cool thing. The largest tournament that we've ever had from 220 different countries. And the idea of online chess continuing to lead to big experiences in person, connecting the worlds of online and IRL, right, is something that I think is not just an experience we're trying to create for the top players in the world, but also for a lot of other people. And of course, there's a lot of big things that come with that, as far as what are the stakes of that event, how much cheating can happen, how are we dealing with that. So there's always this kind of ebb and flow of not trying to bite off more than we can chew, and creating experiences that are awesome. But I'll say that as far as what this event was, it was pretty amazing, and a great experience for all the people that participated. Not nearly as much cheating as you would think, and ultimately delivered some of the best players in the world competing in the first ever OES, which is the Olympic Esports Series. and that is an actual thing with the IOC. So this was kind of a big deal that kind of flew under the radar, and that's what we do on the state of chess.com. We try to shine a light on some things that maybe flew under the radar that you should be thinking about. So there you go. There you go. We were at TwitchCon, or we're going to be at TwitchCon in Paris on July 8th. So that's coming around the corner. We're also going to be at TwitchCon Twist Ending in the States, which is not till October. So there'll be more on that. But if you happen to be watching this from Europe and you want to go to Paris to see a bunch of the team live at TwitchCon, you should do it. I will not be there. Kevin Bourdie will be there, streaming Superstar in France. If you don't know who Kevin Bourdie is, that's twitch.tv/blitzstream. He's a pretty awesome and entertaining dude. So he'll be there. There'll be some other streamers, some of the top streamers in our program, and you should check it out. There you go. There you go. Sorry, I get nervous on the show. I just need to take a breath because I get nervous that I'm missing something important being said in chat. And then what'll happen is, unfortunately, because we all put things through our own filters in life, like the person who I missed is going to like be upset that I missed them and then tell themselves a story that I was ignoring the question, that I was purposely jumping over it, right? Or that whatever that is. Now, there are some people who are legitimately trying to throw shoes or rocks, if you will, and those people deserve to be ignored. But there are a lot of people who are actually not doing that and are posting really interesting questions. And I just want to say that I'm going to take a breath. Please continue to share your questions. If it is a great one, the team is working hard to organize it later. And this is not a show that we're going to end until everyone is satisfied today. We're going to end this show when everyone is satisfied at the end of the show. And when I say everyone, I mean me. But I mean everyone as best we can. No, I'm kidding. But I personally won't be satisfied until I really feel like we've given all the questions we can a fair chance. So please continue your questions. Know that you're not being ignored. I can't keep track of everything as efficiently as I would like. 24-hour stream when I'm no longer a dad of 4 kids or trying to maintain a marriage and also running the company like this. And so there is a world where all those things implode. I don't know, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. At least I hope not. Okay, content. Obviously, we had some amazing moments in the World Championship. If you're not following our YouTube Clips channel, how many of you knew that? I Googled who is the Chess.com CEO, and that was shocking. We need to work on that SEO team. We literally need to like maybe take this article down. I don't even know how to do that. We need to do something. But let's go to youtube.com/chesscom clips. If you don't know that this channel exists, you're missing out. Because there are a lot. You can't watch every chess show. I'm letting you know you can't, because you're a human being. And if you're engaging at that level of content consumption online, we need to have a conversation about your health, your habits, and you need to not be doing that. So assuming you're not watching every hour of every show, you might be missing some of the funniest, best, most instructive moments at the Chess.com Clips channel. And you should consider going to give that a sub, going to give that a thing. And what do they say? Give me the subs, kids. Go give it a sub, kid. All right. Let's go. Oh, this was an awesome video, by the way. If you missed it, this was just a very, very cool story. And really enjoyed that one. And down to where we end everything. We got a bunch of closures, and we've got 13 title players we closed, which is 3 more than the previous month. So again, you know what I would love to have for the show in the future? I don't know if I can do that without us getting into the lines that respectfully we obviously have a lot to talk about with fair play stuff. But I'm going to say this out loud because we've got a fair play leadership meeting later on today. If you wanted to know that, that's a meeting that's on my calendar, and we continue to work on that stuff. So I won't tell you who's all in that meeting, but I will say that this is obviously an ongoing thing all the time. And one of the things that maybe would be interesting, not to add to the article, but to the show, is the percentage of admissions. Because I can tell you what's interesting as well is not just the closures, but how many of them are admitting to it. And I would say it's an extremely high percentage. So there you go. And so that's a good thing to talk about. All right, let's do it. Let's roll on. May, we'll make a note on that. Maybe we can add that as a data point. That's a big question, INEF33. It's also a question that was asked on Reddit, and it's a common question about naming the title players who have cheated, naming anyone who's cheated. There's a lot to that. There's a lot to that, and we're doing everything we can to think about the best ways forward on that, and we're going to discuss some of that later on today. Okay, so stick around. INEF33. I don't know what that. Whenever I can't read good, I try to spell good. So if I don't know how I should, is it NF? Is it not? I don't know. Like, I'm just going to spell your name rather than yeah, violin 2. The question about verified is also a very good question. Um, I don't even know that question came up from the community. So we obviously got some criticism, rightfully so, for launching a verified program that then we later adjusted. Although I will say, contrary to some perspective, we delivered on everything that was promised, and we actually maintained a full year of running events that were only for verified players, and those events had cash, and there were benefits there, but we just stopped allowing new verified players for a number of reasons. But I will say this, high level, Tarantino, that conversation, the idea of having a verified quality experience, especially given the scale of what's happening with online chess, we're talking tens of millions of people, is not an idea we have gone away from. We actually believe the idea was a good one, but that we, Chess.com, executed it poorly. And I can unpack that as much as you want. The criticism belongs with us. I think we didn't think through some of the right ways to do that, and it was met with some criticism from the community when we launched it, even though by the way, there were about 14,000 people who actually paid to become verified, if you wanted to know that, including a lot of title players. And so, twist ending, let me say this. We had about 14,000 people pay for it, but it wasn't about the money, like, to begin with. Like, literally, it was such a small fee, it goes to the transaction. But it was about recognizing we didn't like the quality of what we were delivering and didn't feel that it actually matched up with what a verified experience should actually be. So we have kind of rethought that, but it is not something that we have turned away from. And to Tarantino it, a verified user on Chess.com and an experience that makes that great while not taking away anything from unverified users is a thing of the future. It is a future state, as my CTO likes to say. It's a future state of things, but it's not a current state of things, and we will discuss that later. So that's what I'll say. And all right, here we go. How we doing on time? I think we're doing okay, because my producer would probably tell me in my ear, Danny, shut the bleep up. We got to wrap this thing up, but I'm gonna continue to roll. We had a new Meet the New Mittens. Who did we say is the new Mittens? Because I thought that was next month. The Age of Mittens is over. Okay, Mighty Martin. Okay, so we were advertised. Okay, so this was the superhero month, and I probably just teased what next month might be. Let me just say that next month is going to be a lot of fun. Where are we at? We are June 29th today. In 2 days, we are going to have a lot of fun. And you might want to be ready to have some fun with the bots that are coming out this month for a number of reasons. And we expect a lot of your favorite creators to also want to engage and have a lot of fun with next month's experience. So, will anything ever be as popular as Mittens? I mean, probably not. I mean, what happened with that really proved that cats do still rule the world. And that was a lot of fun. And whether Mittens comes back or when Mittens comes back remains to be seen. But anyway, so pay attention for next month. Again, so this was a superhero month. I don't think any of these superheroes are actually a depiction of any real life superhero. And if any comic book companies out there would like to claim as much, I would say that they were wrong. This is a completely original approach to what we would present as a superhero. And nothing about this has anything to do with the likeness of any other superheroes. That's just the truth, okay? There's a Blunder Woman, right? Doesn't sound anything like anything else to me. And certainly Dead Lost looks like an original idea. So anyway, there you go. This was fun, and the banter. Shout out to the bots team, by the way. Shout out to the bots team. Will I ever admit that Martin Bot was meant to be Martin Scorsese? I admit a lot of things. Most of them true. I admit to some things that aren't true at times. I don't know why I do that. I'm in therapy for that reason. It happens when you're kind of a traumatized person. You're always walking into situations thinking about what the right dynamic is versus what your truth is. I'm in therapy. We're working on it. Okay. But that's neither here nor there in regards to Martin Scorsese. You know what is awesome? Andre Bocelli. He's awesome. I have never met him, but he has become friends with my partner in crime and work marriage of more than 15 years. Mr. Eric Olibes, our CEO. So they've become friends. And actually, if you haven't tried the new accessibility that we added for iOS, you probably should. If or not, if you have any vision issues, or if you know someone. I don't know why I got worried about that, but like if you have any sort of vision impairment, or if you know someone who struggles with that, just know that it has obviously been a long time feature request, as it should be, and it was hard to unpack the technology on that, but we did do it, and this is actually a pretty cool experience, something we're going to continue to make awesome for years to come. And Andre Bocelli, who is blind, for those who don't know, approves of it and is pretty excited about it. So that's pretty cool. If you don't know it, he's sold a lot of records. He's a pretty famous musician, artist. If you didn't know it, I personally am not necessarily someone who I am not a consumer of his music, but he's pretty good at what he does, or so I've heard. So there you go, Andre Bocelli for the next PogChamps. Maybe, I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, so what else we got here in May? What else we got here in May? Wait, no, we did May. This is June. Yeah, we got superhero bots. We got yeah, I guess a couple things happened, right? The Pro Chess League and the Chess Kid Cup happened. So that was a big one because Norbek Abdusaturov, right? That guy punched his ticket to the finals. We will be announcing the finals very soon. I think we're going to be announcing it during the AIM Chess Rapid as far as what city the Chess.com Championship Tour finals will be in. There will also be an experience where you can visit on site. That's right. I'm doing the thing I shouldn't do. I'm breaking news before I'm supposed to break news. But we're gonna have an event, a live final for the championship tour. There will be an experience for you to visit on site if you are someone who's that big of a chess fan and wants to travel to an awesome city and have a chess vacation. We're gonna do that. We also had the Pro Chess League come to an end. This was pretty awesome. I love doing the commentary for it. You had the Gotham Knights, right? Captained by Levi Rosman, led by Hikaru Nakamura, finished with a dominating score. Obviously, that day that weekend, they were in many ways led by Fedoseev. Shout out to the Big Fish. That was pretty awesome. If you missed the Pro Chess League, that was great. So shout out to that. I guess is what it was. We have an announcement coming up about this event, but if you haven't seen, we have an event that happens currently on a monthly basis on Saturdays for those who are bullet specialists and want to throw down in some bullet. We have a bullet brawl event that happens on Saturdays, and it's a lot of fun. So I think this event is currently flying under the radar. Everything flies under the radar when compared to Title Tuesday. I mean, that's probably true, right? Title Tuesday has become the bees, schmees, knees. But that's a good question that we're going to get into later, metaphysician, as far as Chess24 and some other stuff. That was a question that came to us from Reddit, and it's a good question, and we'll talk about it. So that's going to be later. Okay, what else did we talk about? We talked about the bullet brawl. We talked about community. We talked about. Did we talk about Lede Haiti, the fundraiser? That was a big thing that happened. I mean, there was a lot of things that happened in June. We had one of the best things about the Chess Kid Cup was actually the contest we did for kids to draw pictures of their favorite players, and some of them actually, gave us kind of reactions to the kid drawings that they did. I actually haven't watched this, so maybe we'll just watch right now.
Fantastic!
Can they hear this?
And we had kids from across the world sending.
Can fans hear this?
Drawings of all the players participating in Chess Kid Cup, and we've got one for you.
I saw these last night, and I couldn't stop laughing for like 5 minutes straight. I was cracking up. I mean, mine is great. I do want to meet the kid who drew that, because it's
pretty lifelike.
Future, or she has a real future in being an artist.
I was actually
and possibly also in chess.
They actually win a 1-year Chess Kid membership, so that's also good news there, Fabi. We'll have that drawing sent to you for sure.
That was good stuff. The I mean, it was pretty lifelike. I'm not gonna lie, right? I mean, obviously Fabi found it funny, but that was a pretty good picture. There were others. There was a great one. The person who did Hikaru. I don't know if we ever had a video on that. Um, and I think Hikaru and Fabi's were both very good. I did see the Hikaru one. All right. Well, anyway, so that was a lot of fun. Fun contest. Chess Kid with the heart. Agreed. Agreed. Chess Kid Espanol there. And okay, we're going to talk about some of the other things going on with Chess Kid later. One of our special guests is one of the new leaders of Chess Kid, so we're going to be joined by her in a little bit. So we'll talk about this Bolivia Chess Nation event and some other stuff in a little bit, but that's a little teaser. Don't go anywhere for that. And yeah, what else? Chessable 3.0 was launched, which a lot of that came. I think it came with a redesign. Let's check it out. Let's go to Chessable. And there you go. This is different, right? If anyone saw Chessable before, we had a frowning Magnus, right? We had model Magnus. He was sort of stoic, leaning up against a wall. It's not every day you get a smiling Magnus Carlsen randomly popping up on your screen, right? You get long-haired Magnus Carlsen, right? You get kind of like grumpy, who took my cookies Magnus Carlsen because he's focused and about to kill someone on the chessboard. But you don't get smiling Magnus every day. So shout out to that. Shout out to smiling Magnus. There we go. Okay, this is, I like it. Man, I guess they're like, hey, Dan, where you been? You haven't seen the new redesign? This has been live for a month. Okay, I hear you. We got a Gotham chess course. I think I have a premium Chessable account that maybe I could just log into. Maybe we just turn this whole show into checking out Chessable. Okay, we got Endgame. Okay, strategy tactics. I'm liking it. This is friendlier than we had. This is a friendlier experience because I think a lot of times, even if we know that there's great material, the question we ask is like, but what's for me, right? What do I need? And I think that as we work on Chessable going forward, the next question is not just like, what type of content is it, but is it appropriate for my level, right? And I think the first thing to solve for someone is like, hey, I'm a beginner chess player looking to learn about openings, right? And if I'm that person, where do I find that? Like, what's taking me to that, right? So I think that's a big thing we're continuing to work on. But this is amazing. I actually feel like this is pretty clear here. I like the base account too. How Chessable works. Have anybody here ever checked out Chessable Classroom? Any feedback on that? Yeah, in chat. Yeah, I'm saying that as if I've already gotten it in real time. Yeah. Okay, good feedback there. Yeah. Okay, good comment. Haven't seen any comments yet, but if you have any, go ahead and give them. And okay, this has been a big one, right? The fact that Chessable now has the ability for you to download your courses and learn in offline mode, that's pretty badass, right? I mean, pretty much the only thing you can do on Chess.com's app in offline mode is play the bots, right? That makes you feel good. And so this is a pretty cool thing. If you're a motivated learner out there, which we should emphasize, a motivated learner, the whole chess punks movement is not just people that are serious tournament players, right? I think a lot of people enter chess with different expectations for themselves, right? We learned that during the Queen's Gambit, and we shared that one of the most interesting anecdotes from the Queen's Gambit cohort, if you will, to speak business terms of the audience that you're onboarding. The Queen's Gambit cohort, what we learned was one of the most motivated cohorts to get better. Like if you look at the most popular search terms for chess, historically it's play chess for free. Like how can I play chess? Like, best chess app or whatever. The search terms that really exploded during the Queen's Gambit were things like how to get better at chess, like chess lessons, like learn chess, right? And it was a really interesting experience in that. And so we saw a very engaged audience, even if they were brand new to the game. Like Beth Harmon inspired people to get better, right? So anyway, I think that seeing if you're a motivated learner, right, regardless of what level of chess you're at, I think that's a pretty cool feature to have. So I know I'm getting a little bit off track here, and we're going to move back to the last thing we do in our product segment. Every time. We do it every time. 14 title players. It's we got a feature chat I should mention. How about a quiz that recommends you a Chessable course? That's a phenomenal feature idea. A quiz that you take, and at the end of it, we collect that, your answers, and then it recommends a course. We gotta note that down. Booyah. Like, that's a legit one. Someone please take to #Chessable marketing channel. We got a lot of channels for Chessable here in our Slack. Let's take it there. That's a phenomenal idea. That's like and that's actually a pretty easy one probably for us to do because we can even just throw up a Google form, give it to our most engaged users, which many of you are here, right? Because by definition, you wouldn't be wasting your time watching this guy talk, right? This guy's talking out of his ass for 3 hours on a freaking Thursday morning. What the hell are you doing here, right? I mean, let's be honest, right? So you're only here because you really love chess and you care about the community. So you are the audience for that, and we're going to give you, what you want. That's a great idea. I don't know who that user was. Let's get him a diamond membership too. Get him a diamond membership. First diamond membership giveaway of the day. We're gonna go to a break here. I want to let you know that we do have. Oh wait, we went back to our fair play title player. I think I already gave enough rants on this on the title players being that we're catching and those admitting or not. It is always also hard to see hundreds of thousands of accounts closed, but when you have millions and millions of daily active users and signups, this is we're going to talk to a guy who's going to talk to us about how we're going to scale chess and how we're going to keep up with the growth of the game in a little bit. On that note, let's just take it to a break and say that we are about to be joined by Colsum, head of Chess Kid. We're about to be joined by Josh Levine, our CTO. We're going to touch base with both of them on some other big things going on. Continue to take your questions from chat and have a great time today. Hope you are all enjoying it. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back on the other side of the break, and the state of chess.com will return.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Have you come to play? Pay your $5 and get in the chair. How are you? My name is Jude Akers. Chess has given me a life, and that chess table, which evolved to a place where no one wanted to be, has totally given me a world. You might cry about all the things that happened to me as a kid. Don't cry. I sailed through everything. The moment I found the first book of chess by Joseph Fleming, I was gone. And I bought a plastic chess set in a drugstore, ESLO company with a little manual by Frank J. Marshall, the legendary grandmaster. I put it on my bedspread and it gave off rays. I was gone, a gone pecan. And it literally will keep you alive if nothing else is going right. Chess has the power to literally, as Taras said, make people happy.
Hey, everyone. We are back here. The state of chess continues here in this quarter, quarter two, quarter three edition. I don't even know what edition this is, but it's the next edition where we connect with you, the community. Again, if you missed it, we've been posting things in the previous week on Twitter, on Reddit, and various other platforms, Discord, of course, for you to give some questions. And we're going to be bringing those up in a little bit. We will have a community AMA question at the end of the day, so don't go anywhere. There's some big questions, some big feelings, a lot of tough ones. We're going to dive into all of them with no fear. But for now, we're going to be joined by a guy who has no fear. His name is Josh Levine. He is the Chess.com Chief Technical Officer, the CTO, if you will, and he's here with us. Josh, thanks so much for being here. It's been a minute since you were on the state of Chess.com. We should tell the story of why you were in person last time when we have a second, but welcome.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. I'm hoping to shed some light on the chess boom and how many servers and everything else that's going on. So what are you thinking, Danny? What do you want to talk about?
Well, okay, let's tell the funny story of the first time you were on the state of Chess.com. And
Okay.
it was so here's I'm going to embarrass you a little bit. I'm going to do it because we reached out to Josh, who was our CTO then, twist ending. He's still our CTO now. And we were like, "Hey Josh, like do you want to be on the state of chess?" And Josh is like, "Yeah." Right? So we just figured he was going to be a guest. And then literally like unbeknownst to us, like Josh like literally flies in to our studio in person, like on the day of State of Chess. And everyone's like, I mean, obviously you would reach out to some people for some meetings, but when people asked you like, hey, what are you here for? You're like, I'm here to be on the show. Like you were there to be in person on the show. Like we hadn't communicated remotely, or you just assumed that that's what it meant and bought your plane ticket and came. Right? Isn't that what happened?
Indeed. I figured it would be better sitting next to you, to answer the questions. And we had just launched Game Review, I think, and we were going through how that
That's
worked
right.
and other things like that. And
Insights
I
too,
just
I
thought
think it was Insights. Yeah.
we needed to, and you were giving me good instructions about how to sit properly on the couch and everything else like that, because you're the magnificent chess personality, and I'm like
I'm
the
the guy
behind
who
the
knows
scenes.
how to sit on the couch. That's who I
Yeah,
am. I'm the guy who knows how to sit on the couch.
but I showed up in person as a surprise, and it was wonderful. I mean, everybody treated me
Yeah.
kindly, and the producers were amazing. You were very gracious, and it
Well,
was wonderful out there, and we got to talk a lot about stuff.
and you got to sit on the couch that would become well known as the Sofa Boy couch for the FIDE World Championship coverage in 2021 with me and Fabi and Hess. You were the first person to sit on that couch as we had literally just got the studio done before the world knew that we were going to host the show on the couch, and there you were. So, all right, man. I know you didn't come here to talk about this. You're actually someone who I think when we talk about this show, it's about engaging with the community. Sometimes it's about facing the music when there's big things going on in chess and the community wants to voice their opinion, and for us to do everything we can to be transparent, open up, hear it, give all the feedback and honest, kind of answers we can about how and why big things happen. So I've prefaced it enough to set the table with you've been someone dealing with maybe bigger things over the last few months than anybody at our company in regards to what's happened with our servers, what's happened with the scale of the chess boom. And you even did a Reddit AMA on it, right? Where you jumped in and really dealt with some hard-hitting questions from some very tech savvy individuals, right? And so let me just ask you, how are you doing with the stress of it all? Where are we at right now in regards to like chess.com server infrastructure? If you could do your best to give a high level update on what chess.com has been doing to invest in stabilizing the chess boom.
Yeah, well, thanks for asking after me personally.
Big question. Yeah.
Right now, I'm at a beach in North Carolina with my family on an annual
Yes.
vacation. So I'm, in a way relaxing, which is great. But I'm supported by a fantastic team. We have just over 200 engineers working on chess together, and we couldn't do it without all of y'all. And saving the days, many days in January and February when just the water level of interest was rising, week after week, we just saw so much more new accounts, people playing live chess against one another, and commenting on forums and everything. Was just every bit of our infrastructure was creaking like an old Spanish galleon, and we're there just trying to carry the gold. We're there just trying to support chess and grow with it as best as we can. And I think the stress of it all kind of fades away when you're trying to run production operations, when you're trying to organize your team to build the best software that we can to make it scale, as just so many new users are coming in and looking after this beautiful game. So we've got this set of numbers that I could share around what we've done since January to try to beef up our ability to scale with chess. And it's over 100 new servers, it's over 13,000 new cores, 36 terabytes of additional RAM, and over 2 petabytes of storage landing in our multiple data centers across the United States, in order to grow along with the interest in this game. And not only are we pouring more cement into the foundation here, you can see on the screen, and you can imagine how that, what kind of operations it would take to land all of that, configure it, and have it running for all of our users. But we also have to understand how to architect the application. Can I say that? We got to architect the application in a way to utilize all of this additional capacity. And not only are we running in data centers, we're also running in. We actually have services in all the clouds, but primarily we got GCP, we got AWS, and we've got Azure. And we dynamically spill workloads now into those different services as the needs arise. And chess has this really interesting usage pattern where people mostly they play more often during the week, surprisingly enough. So we're
they
trying to
should be
rise.
working. They're in their cubicle. They're in their cubicle playing chess instead of what they should be doing. I'm just calling them out. I'm just being real about it. But go ahead.
Danny, I play bug during work, man. I do. I play bug house during work. Forgive me, all my partners who have failed you.
Lucky
bug house
for you. That's just quality analysis. That's just feature testing, right? That's just you doing your job. So yeah. But if you guys don't know this, Josh Levine is obsessed with Bughouse. If you're ever looking for a game, this guy is probably one of the people in there in the pool. I know that Doubles Chess Bughouse maybe is a variant that even some people watching are like, what are you talking about? But it's pretty awesome. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I appreciate that. And, just a shout out to all the Bughouse players. My daughter loves Bughouse as well. It's a great game because you can get checkmate without even really doing that much effort. Because your partner gets you a queen and then you're just going to go to town with that. So I really just love the dynamicism of it. Is that a word? Dynamics?
Yeah, dynamicism.
I love the dynamics.
I learned that Discordianism is a word. Discordianism is also a word, by the way.
That was with the metaphysical.
Yeah, it's a state of
phasing. Yeah,
well, it's like believing in the illusion between order and disorder, right? It's all just sort of like your own perspective of whether it's chaos or not, which I think is next level mindfulness. But I'm gonna that's next level unlockage, final boss.
I think that's also, Danny. That's also software engineering. That's the same thing. Yeah. You just have to craft this mindset of what the code is going to do, and then you put it out there, and hopefully, people are playing chess games. That would be good.
Or order or chaos. It's okay. I actually want to bring up your Reddit AMA, and I don't want the show to get necessarily too technical, but I would like to double click on at least one comment you made while here, because I think it's a comment that has been made when we are facing criticism at times for our servers not being able to keep up. Right. And being overloaded for whatever the case may be, whether it's, as you said, peak traffic, when probably the worst time for the events team to have scheduled now the most popular event in the world, 10 a.m. at a Tuesday, is when we schedule it. Right. It's like literally the peak time where everybody's Josh. I'm just sharing behind the scenes. Josh has been like, hey, that Title Tuesday is literally running at like peak global chess time around the world on a Tuesday mid-morning. And so unfortunately, that was bad timing by us. But okay, no, too late to change it now. It's literally called Title Tuesday. but we've had a lot of conversations, Josh, about dealing with the scale, dealing with the influx. Obviously, regardless of the causes for it, we're not here to talk about the mittens chess boom or Ronaldo Messi playing chess. I want to ask about the tech because a lot of people make comments about just go to the cloud or just buy this or just do that. Like, but you kind of touched on a sliver of why we actually are using a number of different tools, and without getting as technical as you are more than capable of doing, what is the layman's way to say why we use a combo of them? Why we use a combo of investing heavily and we bought 103 new servers? Why do we scale in other moments and execute with some cloud, some cloud support? And if you can give us maybe a quick bite on what you, by the way, I just wanted to show Josh with the picture. This was the AMA he did. This was adorable. Look at Josh. If you missed it, he did an AMA and it was a pretty popular AMA. And I just wanted to show you there. So, can you answer what I'm asking basically about why it's not as simple as people might think and why we've committed to a strategy that is a little more hybrid than maybe some other people or folks might have thought we should?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of answers to that, and the super high level answer is that why rent when you can own, right? And if I'm going to
Okay.
run a
Yeah.
chess engine on a computer and it's going to run at 100% of that computer, if it were your computer, the fans would be going, it would be getting warm, maybe even hot. You'd be using a lot of electricity. You'd need some air conditioning, right? You'd probably want to have some backup computers in case it like melted down. If you want to do that and you want to make it really efficient, you want to own those computers. You don't want to be renting them from Google or Amazon, who's kind of charging you on the top, right? There's that aspect
Right.
of it. The other aspect of it is that chess, the beauty of chess is that it is unsolved and that it is infinite. That is what attracted it to me when I was young. I was like, this is a problem that, not like, no offense to anybody who plays checkers, but checkers solved. Chess not solved yet.
God,
And
can
in
we just say
fact,
Mr. Checkers is stupid. The green pawn is awesome. Mr. Checkers is stupid. I just want to say that if Mr. Checkers is out there listening. So, sorry, go ahead.
I'll let y'all throw down. There's a lot of cage matches out on the internet. You could get into one there. But yeah, so with chess, there's some math that suggests there's not enough atoms in the universe to store every possible chess game and solve chess. And that means you definitely can't have a hard drive big enough. And if you are trying to have a really big set of hard drives, you don't want to be renting them from someone who's charging you fees on top and who is maybe available and all these other elements that come with, cloud hosting. And so we've decided to pursue also, I'd just like to shout out again the excellence of the Chess.com engineering team and their capabilities and the way that they're able to, predict capacity and, make the site available in general, regardless of what kind of influx is coming forward. And I know we've been working on it, and I appreciate all y'all. But it's just not solvable. And when you're paying extra in the cloud, that's hard on the business, I think. So
Okay.
we end up
I think
going
that's
with a hybrid strategy.
okay. And that's that fair. I know you answered things in a lot more detail too on the Reddit. If anyone wants to go back to that Reddit AMA, just Google Josh Levine Reddit AMA and you can log in and see questions. By the way, someone called you the Keanu Reeves of chess tech or something in chat. I missed it, but you were compared to Keanu Reeves. You've got like a Keanu Reeves Point Break accent going. By the way, shout out to Point Break, one of the most underrated Patrick Swayze films of all time. Forget about Keanu Reeves. Patrick Swayze, R.I.P. And great film. Agreed, right? Agreed on
Agreed.
that.
I mean,
Yeah.
I love that movie.
Otherwise we
I'm
got
not
real
sure how
problems.
many R-rated movies we want to suggest. I also like Inside Out. It's a great movie.
Inside Out is an amazing movie. I mean, that's a movie like I can't watch anymore. Like it literally, like my therapist would say, we're gonna need more EMDR. That just re-traumatized your cerebral cortex. Don't watch that movie anymore. Like we're not doing that anymore. So that's why I don't watch that movie. But it is very
I
good.
got one more.
Um,
I got one more. My comfort movie. I just want to get this out there. My comfort movie,
yeah.
Top Gun Maverick.
Oh,
I'm
bro,
just saying.
no, because I'm
I'm
so
asleep in
tired of
5 minutes with that
Cruise.
movie. I'm asleep in 5 minutes. Just he gets into the he's
Okay,
like talking about
I can
the
take that, but the problem I have with it, if we're gonna do it, is like it's actually funny because I've been criticized for it. Top Gun Maverick was the perfect sequel. Like literally, if you were like Hollywoodifying a sequel, it's exactly what you would do, right? As far as like he got older, he comes back, it's Goose's son, right? Like literally, you could imagine a guy who like got high one night and was like, "We're gonna do a Top Gun sequel, man. Like here's the deal, right? Like Maverick is older now, but wait, Goose's son is in this. What? Goose's son? Of course, because Goose died, right? Because Goose died in the first one. Yeah, man, it's perfect. Then Tom Cruise was back. But here's the thing in the end. In the end, he's still the best. So he has to step in and he still has to be the guy who saves the world. And they're like, bro, perfect sequel. Like, I was watching it the whole time and just like cringing at Tom Cruise writing his own, hero story.
I like the
Sorry. That's
airplanes.
how I feel.
It was cool airplanes.
Okay.
Soundtrack was
Oh, by the
amazing.
way, spoiler alert, I just spoiled Top Gun Maverick. So there you go. But what you don't know in the end is whether it's a perfect ending because he dies or not. So now I haven't spoiled it. There you go. You don't know that. You're welcome. You're welcome. Snape kills Goose, and Dumbledore was actually Maverick's father. Twist ending. Ship it. Okay. The okay, mind blown. Anyway, man, Josh, the danger of having you on this show is we could basically hang out all day. Like this show could go in and out of chess, technology, pop culture. Before you know it, you and I are gonna be talking religious philosophy. Like we do from time to time. So
We have
I don't know. I think at some point I have to let you go, but maybe chat has some questions for Josh that are tech related. Maybe we can do that. Um, are there tech questions that we got from the community for Joshua Levine? Has anyone ever called you Joshua?
my mother.
Mm, that makes sense. My mother also called
Yeah,
me Daniel. That checks out. Okay. Um,
yeah.
okay, so we've got a little bit of time. I'm going to go into this master spreadsheet, which by the way, shout out to the team. The questions are just growing. There's so much in here from Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Discord, Reddit, more Reddit, Discord, Community Club. I'm if the team wants to throw some of the tech savvy questions in this spreadsheet into the broadcast Slack channel, I'd appreciate that. Or I will just read some questions. Okay, people want to know about the Title Tuesday crash this week. I know a lot of people lost their games. By the way, every single person who lost rating points because of of the server crash has been or will be given back rating points. Um, the team was saying that we didn't want to mention how many players lost rating points because of the crash. I don't know that I agree with that because I think it actually speaks to the scale. I'm just going to say that 21,000 people lost games due to the server crash. And I actually believe it speaks to the scale and how much we're investing and how awesome our staff is to say that all 21,000 people will be getting rating points back. So I think that's actually a good thing to be proud of, not necessarily a bad thing, because the server crash was something we couldn't really do anything about. Josh, go ahead.
Oh gosh. Well, the truth of the
You want
matter
to
is
blame?
that
You
the
can blame
server.
Rackspace on air. You can blame Rackspace.
I wasn't gonna. So the server didn't crash. Just like the human body has many chakras, the technology stack has many layers, and
I love
this was a network layer issue.
Are we talking about the
The,
crown chakra, the heart chakra, like the survival
this
chakra?
was
There's. Go ahead.
this was deep in the Dantian. This
Okay.
was an issue
Okay.
at the core, and basically, some of our network traffic was misrouted, was misconfigured. It lasted for a very short period of time, but it definitely affected many players who were playing on Chess.com at the worst possible time. And you can imagine my Slack DMs and all of us, just raging towards our computers to try to get this back online immediately. And we were able to restore service. However, it did have an impact on a number of games and a number of players. We don't like any of these events to happen. We
Yeah.
definitely try to plan our maintenance windows and have our infrastructure operations flawless. Um, But when we're working with multiple different independent actors, sometimes somebody clicks enter and a change is made, and it can affect, .com websites that need the internet.
Yep. And again, Josh is very politically correct about it. I'm here to be more transparent than I often am advised to be with all of you. I hope that that's why you like the show, because it's just that's the truth. It's not an act. I will actually say, as someone who claims and owns when it's our fault, this one was not our fault, but it doesn't matter because you're right to be mad at us because it's your chess website and it is our fault. This was not something. Again, there are many chakras in the human body. There are many layers of tech infrastructure. This one unfortunately was not on us. There have been others where we needed new servers. We weren't scaling properly. We needed to invest. I mean, that Josh can give you a laundry list of the pain points that have cost him probably a few years on his life and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears over the last quarter. I feel like there's books we need to write about what it is to the stress that comes with those moments when the servers are crashing as an executive in a tech world. I think our human bodies were not made to do the jobs we're doing now, a 24/7 life cycle where you have to choose when to cut off your level of stress. And it's really hard. And I'm working on that all the time because it's nonstop. Anyway, sorry, that gets a little bit, again, down the philosophy lane. But that one was not our fault. We are sorry, nonetheless. Everybody who had games affected is getting rating points back. And we love you. And there's nothing else to say. So, Josh, we are okay. Stay. I think we have time for one more question. I'm going to choose this one from chat. We've got Josh. Do you have a technical blog? That's a great question because that would probably be a pretty popular blog if the CTO of Chess.com, by the way, one of the world's most popular companies right now, named to Time's 100 list. People are into chess. If you haven't heard, we're in case you haven't heard, chess is kind of a big deal right now. To quote Ron Burgundy and Anchorman. Whoa, huge donation. Oh, wait, just to get a comment that the DGT boards aren't working to Josh's attention. Josh, 2 questions. Are you maintaining a tech blog? If not, why not? Because you're kind of a big deal, Ron Burgundy. Secondly, what can you say about DGT boards to our user here?
Love it. Okay, so I have written a number of blog posts, but I just have to say the dusty tech blog that hasn't been posted to in a long time is like my worst.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that person. So I'm trying to build up, enough content so that I could produce something where it would be interesting for, many months or et cetera. And I'd also like to say my personal take on engineering and technology, there would definitely be points where maybe there would be some lessons, but there would also be points where folks could disagree. But really the magic is happening inside of the engineering team at chess.com, right? So my goal would actually be to surface their brilliance and their knowledge and the things that they've done to scale. Oh gosh, MySQL, we're making that thing dance. And, so many other systems and services. I would want to hear from the team. So thank you for the prompt.
Yep.
It's not lost on me, and look out for that. That will be that's not lost on me. Let's pivot to DGT boards. So
we've gotten a comment since then that basically is we're getting some criticism in chat about our e-board connection technology needing some work, and I can say there's a lot of priorities. But go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So connected boards are really interesting. First thing, hardware is really interesting. When you make a board and you build the circuits and you build the ROMs and you make some software inside of the board, that ships out and it goes to a warehouse and then it goes to a toy store or to a online store, and then it eventually ships to a customer, and then a number of years later it's in use and it's out there, right? And when you're trying to connect a piece of software like that that's out there to a piece of software online that's being updated multiple times every day, those things can drift out of sync. It can be a little bit difficult to maintain those contracts. And so if you have DGT, just DGT, that's great. And you can probably program for them, although they have a partner that programs their board software, and they're very much continuing to work together one-to-one. But if you have many e-boards and many digital boards that want to come out, we want to create a protocol that will last and that we can ship and that it'll always work with chess.com, right? No matter how old that board is or when it was purchased or when it was sold or whatever. right? So there's that element of the aging hardware and compatibility that you need to address. Then there's like, okay, how many people make the cool chess move when you kind of like slide the piece forward and then you slap it down on the square, right? In the
The Gary
e-board world,
Kasparov.
that
The Gary
sends
Kasparov.
a whole bunch of signals. It's like, did you do E3 or did you do E4? Did you move your king to F1 or did you just castle? And when is the move over? And how do you interpret
Yep.
all of those different signals and everything else like that? And that becomes a
Yep.
challenge. And then when you put these boards that do that in a tournament setting, right? And bless you, tournament directors everywhere. Bless you. I know some of you, and I love you, but bless you, right? If you're the DGT operator and you need to put in the FIDE IDs correctly, and you need to put in the names correctly with all the different characters, and you need to correct when moves are coming in incorrectly from the DGT board, etc. All of that happens before we even receive the PGN data for what is the current state of the game, right? And we have
Yep.
many facilities on our side and also on Chess24 side to correct for some of these anomalies that can occur either due to the digital board, the protocol between the board and the software, or the human operator, in between. And so it can be very full of anomalies, let's just say.
Yep.
And we are constantly trying to stay on top of that, and our events team is phenomenal doing that. Our events engineering team, product, and obviously the commentators and everybody else who's like living on top of this sort of technical mountain that spans many companies, many continents, and physical wires on the site and everything else like that. So I would just
Yep.
say, if Chess.com were to build our own digital board, we might be able to close the loop on some of those issues. Just throwing that
I
out
know you
there.
would like that.
Uh,
I know you would like that.
just
And
throw,
Eric
just
and I
throwing
have.
that out there.
It's here's the deal. I made a comment earlier that the world of chess is growing. The future state of the game is not going to be as the distinction and the line that used to be drawn in the sand between the online community and the over the board IRL, as a lot of newcomers would say, communities. Those lines are blurred more often than ever, not just at top level events. We talked about the OES, the Olympic Esports Series, and the expectations of people with their smart board at home. I've seen comments about the Chess Up. You've got the Millennium board, you've got DGT, right? And even in every one of those, as you pointed, has their own proprietary type of firmware where the physical world meets the software world. And if you do it weird, it's hard. So the idea that maybe having a board that we built that was perfectly integrated with the type of technology we would like to receive is probably not out of the question. That said, that's a 2029 roadmap idea, right? That's like as Eric does to me whenever I ask a feature request, and he says that's a great idea, not a priority for the next 5 years, right? And there are literal, just so you guys know, that's not just punting on a thing. There are literal things we've launched this last year or in the last 18 months that were ideas we had like 10 freaking years ago, right? I mean, that's the truth, right? And so because chess is so big and so vast and there's so many things, that's not just a way to punt on a thing. So a chess.com board would be sick. There's also the idea, why aren't we in that space? Because we're trying to let all the other partners in that space do their best to provide. I mean, Chess Up, DGT, all those partners are invested in trying to create this awesome experience, and we're kind of not really involved in that space. But there is a place we have, especially when the user end expectation kind of blames us for any problems that might be coming, right? And so we get that, and we are aware of it, and I think we hear you. We validate that your feelings are there, chat, and we're going to continue to do our best on that. So, Josh, it's time to let you go. Not because I don't love you, not because this wasn't awesome. I mean, we got closer today, and that's the truth. And Ludwig is coming.
Danny.
Ludwig is around the corner. For those of you who are tuning in and wondering where is Ludwig, Ludwig is coming, and you definitely don't want to miss whatever he is these days. He's a human being. I don't know how to call him, a streamer, creator, all the things he does, a businessman. So don't go anywhere for the mogul guy, Ludwig, to be here. But before that, we're gonna let Josh go and be joined by another special guest. So Josh, thanks for being here, man.
Thanks so much, Danny. It's great being on the show.
Much love. See you later. All right. That was Josh Levine. Wow, Danny is merciless, chat says. I don't know what I was merciless about. Danny, is VR coming soon? Speaking of another technology that people want, right? VR, augmented reality, like put it on the 2031 roadmap. I don't know what else to say. I mean, no, I'm kidding. There's obviously an exciting world ahead, assuming that us human beings as a species can work out issues and not, blow ourselves up or do anything else bad to our planet. If that's assuming we're here in 50 years, I'm going to guess Chess.com is going to be here when all of us are dead, right? So assuming the world is here, Chess.com, the game of chess, and everything that we're doing has real legacy and impact, especially if you tend to believe what I believe, which is chess makes the world a smarter place, and that's not a bad thing. So let's continue to grow the game of chess. So what I'm saying is it's not totally fair to you when you make a request of something that might be near and dear to you for me to say, put it on the 2031 roadmap. But to be fair, Chess.com will probably be here in 2031 and in 2041 and in 2051 and beyond that. And so we're doing our best to navigate big requests with big feelings. And yeah, Chess.com will survive, right? Danny versus Zuckerberg fight wins. So first of all, I would throw down against Zuckerberg in a form of combat where my head was not on the line. If you're out there, Zuck, what does that look like to you? Let's figure it out. Also, Eric, if you didn't follow social media this week, Eric posted a direct challenge, CEO to CEO. I believe that the banter between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, from without sharing information I shouldn't share, I believe that is not fake. And I believe there is a genuine event potentially coming between those two guys. We'll see. But I think that might actually be a real thing. So Zuckerberg might be busy. I think you would bet on me. I think I would take Zuckerberg. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'd take Zuckerberg. Like what do you want me to say? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe one day. Certainly in chess, anything, I think I could. But maybe not. You're like, no, dude, he would choke you out in a jiu-jitsu Brazilian hold in 3 seconds, dude. Like, probably that's true. Like, probably he would kill me. And so I don't want to fight Zuckerberg. Any Hooters. We're getting ready for another guest here, which is why I'm having fun engaging with chat. We're not going to take a break. Just so you know, you're like, oh, is this when we're preparing to take a break? No, we're not. We're going to be joined by another amazing guest here in just a few moments. What did Will Whalen say? Didn't Elon's mom say no? 0% kidding. I couldn't beat Zuck at chess. It's ridiculous that you would even say that. If you want me to respect what's coming out of chat, like, please no. Please no. So anyway, we've got a question coming in from Hayden, who's been pretty consistent about it. So I'll acknowledge he wants us to change the Chessable split for creators. That's an interesting discussion. I think that the Chessable marketplace is pretty awesome and supporting a lot of the livelihoods in the creator world. And I think it's a pretty good situation. Although, again, creators themselves are the reason we do it. So if and when we have conversations and we feel legitimately, after hearing also the other side of the cost and the investment that goes into maintaining that, if there's a respectful way for us to navigate a future split, believe me, we will. Also, I think the Chessable marketplace is doing a pretty good job creating not just content for the motivated chess learner, as we said, but creating, I know what some of those creators are making, and let's just say that a lot of the creators on Chessable are doing well, and that's awesome, and that makes us pretty happy and proud, because to me, when I think about the full cycle system of what the chess world should be, we think about a great place to play, a great place to sort of self-learn, like puzzles, game review, these things, a place to learn via content, which really has existed before the internet existed, right? Think back to like ChessBase and Pandolfini DVD VHSs, right? And the idea for that, and that's kind of like a modern version, Chessable is a modern version of that. But then there's the creator ecosystem, which to me is represented in two ways. One, the streamers, the program, you see them everywhere, from your Levy Rosmans to Hikaru Nakamura's to Chess Bras to Danya Naroditsky's. The idea that creators can engage with fans in real time and be supported, I think that's been a pretty awesome and successful thing. And I know many of you are subscribers and supporters of them, so thank you. And that's money that goes directly to the creators. Chess.com is not involved in that. Our job is to support them. And then the other system, which is the kind of call it authors, right? Chessable authors, people who maybe don't want to turn on the camera and mess around, but people who want to create those courses and then have the opportunity for people to purchase them for life. And I think the Chessable ecosystem kind of completes that. And I think it's going pretty well. So I hear you, Hayden. If that's a real concern, we will always address it down the road with our creators. So I'm not shying away from that. But I think there's a lot to that before we just scream and say that something unjust is being done. I would actually disagree. I think creators are pretty happy and they're doing well. So anyway, there you go. I think we have another guest ready to join us. I think so. Let's dive right in. We are now joined by the head of ChessKid, president of ChessKid, Kulsum Qasim. And Kulsum has, I'm going to let her introduce herself in a minute and talk about how long she's been here. But Kulsum, thank you for being here, and we're super excited to have you.
Thank you so much, Danny. I really appreciate it. It's awesome. I just want to actually give a shout out to the broadcast team. This whole production is amazing. It's my first time on the show. I did not fly into the studio. However, thank you, Josh, for letting me know not to do that. But this whole thing is amazing, Danny, and I'm really excited and happy to be here.
I appreciate that. And I would also agree with you. I think the broadcast team is crushing it. And we're not just saying that because we're on camera. So shout out to everybody here who was rolling. To answer the team, I was having a little trouble hearing the cues on that. So my apologies if I waited to bring on Kulsum, our amazing guest here. And Kulsum, let's jump right in to, I would say, before we talk about ChessKid and as I like to joke, what is it that you do here, Bob, right? When we ask everybody, what do you do? Let's talk a little bit about who you are and how you got involved in chess. Where did you come from before this opportunity to help us grow the mission of the game in the scholastic market came along? And tell the world about yourself.
Yeah, honestly, my journey to chess has been really amazing. I've had some really amazing conversations with Eric along the way for the last little while, but my background actually is in ed tech and kids ed tech to be specific. So for the last around 10 years, I've devoted my career to really making learning fun for kids. And you can probably imagine that's the thing that brought me to ChessKid. When I found out that ChessKid is leveraging technology for good. It's a safe environment for kids to play in, and it's just a amazing platform. Like if you haven't been on it and if you haven't had your kids go on it, please check it out because it's such a cool platform for both parents and kids. I love the fact that we're bringing the amazing game of chess to kids in a way that helps them learn, is fun. That's really my journey. I've really loved working with kids in my past and would love to continue that in the future. So here I am at ChessKid. I've been here for about 4 months now.
I love it. Talk a little more about ed tech. And I think for some of the chat, like what is that space, right? Where specifically were you involved in ed tech and what is that kind of process these days I think we all care about that. I mean, we probably have some kids in chat pretending to be older than they are, violating Twitch terms of service, by the way. That's not our fault. We also probably have a lot of parents out there. But what is the gamification of the classroom movement, ed tech, and how chess aligns with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So EdTech stands for Education Technology, in case people didn't know that. And it's really taken off post-COVID, but of course, before COVID, people have probably looked into online learning for their kids, additional homework practice for their kids, a lot of platforms. I've personally worked at some of the largest companies in the world in education, that being Pearson, as well as the gaming world as well. And really post-COVID, parents are looking for ways to engage kids in a fun, safe environment. So pre-COVID, it was like, oh, go do these practice lessons online and it'll augment your learning in class. Post-COVID, learning has really changed and we've learned so many things from research. I don't want to bore everybody with quoting research, but I will mention that learning loss really starts happening after grade 3 for kids. When learning isn't interesting and when kids don't find things to be fun, you see a sharp decline in things that they retain, etc. But if you can kind of change that curve and include fun, exciting ways of learning, you can actually change the trajectory of a kid's learning and they will remember those things for the rest of their life. Like if you think about, Danny, even the way you learned as a child, some of probably the things that you've taken into your adult life are the things that were super fun. back in the day.
Yeah.
I can say that for myself as well. And so that is really what ed tech is trying to do. And not many companies can do it that well. I'll just say that, well, some of which I have worked for in the past. But what I love about Chess Kid and Chess.com specifically is it's like, make it fun, make it amazing, and kids are just going to be super happy in learning and developing. So I'm really a proponent of that.
It's awesome. I know we've got some topics to get into, kind of maybe double click a little more on the I'm using that term double click a lot, by the way. I don't know where I got it. We're going to double click a little more on some of the stuff you said about the ed tech, and also talk about what's next for Chess Kid. Let's talk a little bit about some of the exciting things that have been happening with Chess Kid recently. There was a partnership that we struck with the Bolivian Ministry for Chess, the Bolivian Chess Federation. What was that about, and what were some of the things to kind of highlight there?
Yeah, the team did an amazing job on kind of striking this deal. This allows over 100,000 kids in Bolivia and over 17,000 teachers in Bolivia to access Chess Kid on a daily basis, to be used within school, at home, etc. It's exactly what we're here to do at Chess Kid, is like bring the love of chess to the world and to kids early. So the team worked super hard on this. These things don't happen overnight, and so I want to recognize that. But this is just one of the ways in which we're excited to bring chess to kids globally, whether there's access issues or not. We're here to help the world, and we're here to partner with governments, associations, etc., to be able to make the love of chess come to life. So super excited. Congrats to the team if you're listening.
No, I love it. And yeah, the team who made that happen, I mean, obviously it's a huge movement. You're talking about a partnership with an entire country, and, bringing more than 100,000 kids into the game. And I'm going to go off script here and just ask, like, why can't this happen in the US?
The US is really interesting. School systems, the education system is quite different. I don't know if I mentioned this on the show. Actually, I'm a proud Canadian, but I know a lot about the U.S. education system. Most of my
or why does it happen in
Canada?
I'll say even so. Shout out to Toronto. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hype up Toronto. We have not established chess, or actually game-based learning, I'll just use that as a category, as a critical learning skill in the North American education system. And I think that's because of a lot of the past experiences of departments of education. We really need to bring forth the learning outcomes that come from a game like chess. For example, chess is not just a game, right? It's not just moving pieces across the board. And by the way, I'm not a pro chess player. I enjoy it thoroughly. My kids enjoy it thoroughly, but I'm not a pro. And Danny, please do not challenge me, because
I'm also not a pro chess player anymore. I'm also an amateur chess player. Go ahead.
But there's so many things that come out of it, like critical thinking, risk analysis, things that we don't teach kids in the school systems as a subject today, however, are so critical for the jobs of tomorrow. There's been so many, again, I don't want to lean too much on research because I know that can be boring, but there's so much out there that suggests we aren't getting our kids ready for the tech world of tomorrow, because we don't teach these soft skills within the school systems. And I think other countries a little bit more further advanced than maybe North America is in that area. But, anyone listening out there would love to chat about how we get Chess Kid into school systems more in North America, because it's such a critical skill.
Yeah, and I know that, I mean, you obviously talked about Bolivia, but I know it's happening in other countries that maybe have a deeper cultural appreciation for the game. In Hungary, for example, obviously shout out to Judah Polgar and everything she does with the Polgar Chess Foundation. But there's a program there that literally is aligning with the curriculum. When kids learn, 3 + 5, they see rook plus bishop, or the other way around, bishop plus rook, in some classrooms, and just aligning it with the core curriculum at an early age. I think if we believe in the benefits of eventually diving into the game, at any kind of serious level, and what that can do for critical thinking, seems to make sense, right? Chess is a critical life skill. Noted. It is. Chess is a critical life skill. I think so. Well, it's going to become more of it. Or I think chat was trolling us a little bit, but But okay, all right. We'll come back to that. We certainly think it is, or we wouldn't be here. And you're the one watching the show, So if you're being sarcastic, you're watching a chess show. You're basically watching a chess podcast, and which is even more next level. So, all right. Speaking of next level, Colson, Alice Lee, someone who Chess Kid has had the pleasure of working with at different times. People saw her be a star in the Pro Chess League. Became the third youngest female IM in history. Talk a little bit about Chess Kid's relationship with Alice, just how awesome this is to see her doing what she does, and your thoughts on this achievement.
Yeah, Chess Kid has worked with Alice for quite some time now, but I just want to say 13 years old. I don't even know what I was doing at 13 years old. This is a huge accomplishment. Huge. Just shout out to Alice.
I know what I was doing. I was playing chess. Not as good as Alice Lee. That's what I was doing at 13. So
I was definitely not playing chess and definitely not as good as Alice Lee even now at this age. But what I love about this, it's just, you were talking a little bit about women in chess earlier, Danny, and this is so amazing to see diverse women at such a young age do amazing things in this field. And I'm super excited to see what she does next. I know there was a couple of comments as well before around, bringing some of these ambassadors as bots on Chess Kid and what's coming next for Chess Kid. I think, anything is possible. We're really looking to make the platform fun and engaging for all. So people like Alice as well as beginners as well. But this is a huge accomplishment to celebrate for so many reasons why, not only because she's the youngest American-born female, the fact that she's female, the fact that she's from a diverse background, there's so many wins here for the game of chess. It's amazing.
Yeah, agreed. And it's something, Chess Kid has always been doing since the beginning of our origin, just to speak kind of, broadly on that. Long back in the day, we've always been looking at the community as far as youngsters that maybe we could support. And that's not a tooting our own horn. I'm saying it's just something that we should be doing for the future. And when you see success happening by one of the people that we happen to be working with, it's amazing. And, I think Alice Lee's future is incredibly bright. Speaking of futures, let's move to that on our final note. What's next for Chess Kid? What's around the corner? We can talk. I know we're doing a lot of things, right? We don't have to get into the weeds on technology, infrastructure, and all the things we're trying to do with the sites. We know there's a lot of things, but if you want to give some high level wins or some things that we're looking to do in the next coming years. Nope. Colson? Did we lose? We lost Colson. I think we lost Colson, so we're going to continue and probably take a break because I think right on cue it's probably time for that, and that means we'll be heading to a commercial, and everyone gets to enjoy an ad. Or subscribers don't, and you'll see some content that's about to be a pretty fun conversation between Fabiano Caruana and Christian Turilla. Just shout it out. That's just the truth. We do appreciate all the subscribers, appreciate your willingness and support to do that. If you're not into subscribing or watching an ad, throw it on mute, leave it up, go get yourself a snack. I recommend a banana. Great potassium, really keeps your energy levels up, right, as you're moving forward. Definitely don't recommend Cheetos. Right, put your shirt on. Don't wipe your own skin with Doritos or Cheetos. Come on, that's not attractive. No one wants that. So if you are sitting alone, naked on a beanbag chair eating Cheetos, let's not do that. Let's get up and go get a banana at the break, but leave it up so that the ad plays, so that Chess.com can collect that revenue, so that we can continue to do amazing events for you. On that note, we're talking to our VP of events around the corner, and if you do want to subscribe, Fabiano and Caruana, Fabiano and Christian, roll the tape.
Confusing one.
Yeah, this one is a bit difficult. I
Really? I thought that you didn't saw me for a second. Good job. So I'm going to show you some puzzles. You're going to have 10 seconds to look at the tablet, and then I'm going to take the tablet away, and you're going to have to give me the solution.
Okay.
You ready?
Sure.
All right. Mate in 5, white move.
Okay.
You got it. All right.
Yeah. Queen g6, knight f6, bishop g7, rook h7.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Good start. Okay. Queen g6.
Yes.
Queen g6, 97, bishop f8, knight d5. No, wait. Where's... If you go knight d7, I go king h8. Bishop f8, bishop h5. Yeah, that's not working out. Okay, queen g6 has to be the right first move. Yes. Bishop. Knight f6, bishop e7, rook h7, rook f7. That's right. Yes. Very good.
Okay. So it's queen takes g6, fg, knight e7 check, king h7 or king h8, bishop f8, and then bishop h3 or h5. Wait, bishop h5 must be played. Yeah, not bishop h3. Bishop h5, and knight g5, king h8, and then knight takes g6. Is that 5 move?
So you said queen takes g6, f takes g6,
Knight e7.
Knight e7. Okay,
Yes.
we have knight f6 here.
Oh, knight f6.
Knight f6, king h8.
Oh, then bishop f8. Yes.
Bishop g7. Check.
Oh,
king
king
g7,
g7,
rook
rook h7, rook
h7,
h7.
and then
Okay.
rook f7 mate.
Wait, but knight e7 is not checkmate?
Let's see. Knight e7, king h7,
Bishop f8, bishop h5,
bishop h5.
knight g5. Wait, do I have a knight on g3? F3?
You do have a knight on f3.
So knight
yes.
g5 check, king h8, knight g6.
So what if I go king h8 first instead of king h7? Bishop
Okay,
f8.
bishop f8. Oh, yeah, it's
bishop
not right.
h,
Yeah,
h5.
then bishop h5, then knight g6, king h7.
Then
Yeah,
king
that's not
h7
right.
and I
Yeah.
pick up the knight.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back. The state of Chess.com continues here today. This has been a fun day. We caught up with Josh Levine, our CTO, Kulsum Kasim. She is the head of ChessKid, president of ChessKid. Great conversations. If you missed it, back up, or someone might clip the best moments. We've had an awesome discussion with chat. I think overall, we've already gotten into some big topics, and there's plenty more ahead on that. Reminder, bring your questions specifically right now, as we're about to dive into some events-related topics. You might want to bring some questions regarding your favorite events, maybe some format ideas, some things you'd like to see, some things you don't like that you're seeing. We're going to talk about a lot of that here and get to your big questions later on. We know there's an active Reddit thread as well as Twitter. Still some comments coming in on Discord as well. So, all right. On that note, let's bring in our next guest. He is not Ludwig, but this guy is actually on the video that is the most viewed video on Ludwig's YouTube channel. Did you know that about yourself, Michael Brancato?
Is that still true? Have I been dethroned yet?
It's
been a bunch of years since then.
Sorry, we're gonna have to bring up the YouTube. We bring up the YouTube real quick. Sorry, we're doing the thing we do on this show, which is having a blast, being real. Let's bring it up. I'm gonna do it. So Nintendo Ice Climbers Ludwig video. Okay, so this is the video.
Softy ices moments. Yeah, that's it.
This is Michael Brancato. Let's watch it and let the games begin.
Oh, this is a classic. One for the books.
Look at that guy.
That's it. Yep.
Ice Climbers, yeah!
I love how much the Smash community just loves it.
Look at that guy next to you. He's just resenting you. He just hates you. And he's...
He doesn't hate me. I mean, he doesn't hate me, but he always had trouble with Ice Climbers. He just hated it.
Oh man! All right,
it's so funny.
This is so great. Okay, so we're gonna bring that to a close, or at least we'll play it in the background on mute so we can talk. Look at Michael Brancato celebrating.
Yeah,
love that guy. All right, so for those who don't know, Michael Brancato is a legend in the Smash community. Not just as a player using Ice Climbers, which was basically cheating. You know, I mean, some people didn't like you for what you were doing there. But no kidding. And then you became an organizer. And then you were at Twitch, you and I working alongside together for what feels like a lifetime at this point, with all the fun things that have happened with the chess community. And you are at Chess.com now as our vice president of esports and events. That's a pretty long-winded intro. How you doing, Michael?
That is. I'm doing good. I'm happy to be on the show. There's like so many, there's so much going on in chess right now. It's just incredibly part of it.
When you say that, it gives me anxiety because like we're going to talk about so much going on, and we're not even allowed to talk about all the events that are going on, at least not at this exact time. So much going on. How has it been for you? For those who know you, and you know, speaking as someone who at Twitch, you helped oversee and grow the Chess Streamers program with myself over the last many years, which has been awesome. But you also running events called Twitch Rivals and so many cool things. Where are you at right now? I know I'm springing big existential question on you. Are you still happy that I poached you from Twitch and brought you over here?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, the chess is amazing. Yeah. And one of the things that I always tell people about, you know, working here and doing what I do is that I just love to work on a game that is such a big part of human culture. And it's been around forever. And it's such a world of difference compared to what I was doing before, where sometimes with like Twitch Rivals, I'll work on games that are hot for like a week and then they're like not a thing anymore. And it's just hard for me to derive like personal satisfaction out of that. So to be able to like have an impact that's going to last for, you know, many generations, presumably, is, I don't know, brings me a lot of joy. And I just love to be part of that. And there's also like, there's like so much to do in chess, even though it's been around for a century or, you know, more, multiple centuries. I feel like there's so much opportunity to, you know, keep making our events better, improve formats, give more opportunities, and improve the fan experience, like all this amazing stuff. So yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. For those calling me out with the HR comments in chat, when your boss asks you if you're still happy, the go back to work. I know both of you. Now boss is really crossing HR lines. Go back to work and stop watching shows at 11 a.m. Pacific on a Wednesday, on a third. I don't even know what day it is. Okay, just kidding. All right. But no, very eloquent answer. And I agree with you. And it's funny, man, because you and I talk about this a lot, but like, speaking even from my own personal exhaustion, it's like amazing that I've been doing this for 14 plus years. And sometimes that makes you feel like, when is the ride over? And then I take a moment and go, man, we're only just beginning. Like, it feels like chess was made for what's happening right now with technology. Before we even talk about augmented virtual reality, the future state of worlds coming together. And it's like chess, yes, is a piece of human history and has been around forever. But the opportunity to do some really cool bleep is like, we're like just starting, right? And the worlds of creators and content online and the events that you can bring to life in the ways that we are. I mean, it feels like such a fun time. So thank you for sharing what you just said about why you love working here. Because honestly, that resonates with me, and I think I need to hear that from time to time, you know, to remind me that we still got a lot of fun stuff ahead, and not just to focus on people in chat who hate us or fair play scandals, you know? All right, on to the events. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's talk about those cool things ahead. Michael, we're going to focus on Chess.com's events first. We know the Aim Chess Rapid is coming, the Bullet Chess Championship. I'm going to let you do two things. Comment on how happy you are right now about the Championship Chess Tour. You've been working very closely with Arcus, who couldn't be on the show today, even though we wanted him. Arcus has been a guy who helped bring the Champions Tour to life over at the Play Magnus group, Chess24. But how are you guys feeling about what has been the first year of us combining these two big events companies, PMG and Chess.com? And then we'll talk about the Bullet Chess Championship.
Yeah, so I feel great, and I feel really privileged to have the opportunity to oversee the Champions Chess Tour and bring, I guess, a bunch of the ideals that I like about competition to it. And one of the ones that's been the most personally rewarding for me is just seeing kind of the open system kind of come to life. So for those of you who are like, what is this complicated format with like these 3 divisions and this play and all this stuff? Like, you have me to blame for that. But hopefully you'll agree it's not actually that complicated. And so chess historically has been a very invite-driven game where the top tournaments are something like some organizer invites 10 top players to a round robin, and they play a round robin, and then someone won. Cool. And that's great. You love top level chess, but there's so many players who like aren't getting those opportunities. There's hundreds of GMs in like the 2,500, 2,600 range who like aren't getting meaningful opportunities. And I feel like what we did with like the play-in system and having 56 players get the play in the knockout stage across 3 divisions, like, has totally changed that. And I had a chance to connect with some players personally in Singapore last week. I was there for the Olympic Esports Series, and I got to speak with folks like Sarana, folks like Bassem Amin, and they were very grateful. I know Sarana particularly, like, he's literally the European champion, but Sarana does not get invites to big events. But then when we did, what was the first one? Air Things Masters, Sarana qualified to Division 1, and then he goes on and beats Ferrugia and gets 5th. And it's like, the system that we created like enables those things to happen. And historically that just can't happen in, you know, these invite only systems that have historically dominated chess. So I just really want to like celebrate that. I just think it's such an amazing thing. And it's been multiple times. Like, I think I'm actually confusing the events because there's been a bunch of them now, but I remember we had Artemiev, and Artemiev made it to Division 1, and then he beats Magnus. And then Jordan for us also gets Division 1 and beats Hikaru. It's like, you know, all these players finally getting these chances like on the big stage.
And I would argue it doesn't hurt
so many amazing players.
I'm sorry, I would agree with you, and I would say, as evidence to the names on the screen here, it doesn't hurt that still we're finding the right balance between giving the opportunities to players who wouldn't have them, but a format that still makes sure whoever the best player is going to win. It doesn't have so much chance that it goes away. And, you know, you see names, Carlsen, Caruana, So, Abdusaturov, they're playing in the next one because they're in Division 1. If we were to look at the names that already qualified for the finals, you have Nakamura, right? You have Carlsen. And I think that there's going to be some really great surprise names there too, combined with having a format that is deep enough and rich enough that whoever plays the best chess, in theory, the best players in the world should play the best chess, will still be there when it matters most, which is also what the fans want to see. So anyway, I love it. I agree. I think the future is bright with that. And it was a very complex problem to solve. So shout out to you and Arcus and the team for doing that. Really quick. Why are we spending $100,000 on a bullet event? I keep trying to get you to spend less money. What is wrong with you? $100,000 for a bullet event that's going to be like a few hours long. What is going on?
Yeah, so the Bullet Chess Championship returns for, I think it's its 4th year or its 5th year? I actually forget which one it is, but we're going to have an amazing lineup. Today we actually got verbal confirmation from Magnus that he's going to play at the championship. And we also have verbal confirmation from Ferrugia. And hopefully Hikaru will also be joining those ranks. And then we'll have the most star-studded Bullet Championship of all time, pretty much. And
it's what everyone wants to see.
The Bullet Chess Championship is pretty much, it's like pretty much the de facto Bullet Championship. Like, first of all, it's like, there's no over the board bullet championship. Like, how would that even work?
Right.
Like, we all saw that
Right.
video from the Armageddon series of the pieces flying. Like, if
We're
anyone ever tried to
not
run an
technically
offline bullet
allowed to
championship,
call it. We're not allowed to call it the Bullet World Championship because of a certain international governing body. I'm just kidding. Shout out to you, Fide. But no, it basically is the Bullet World Chess Championship, right? Because it's an online game, first and foremost. And I think this will be the first year since long ago. Is that your fire alarm? That's amazing.
That's my far. I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
I'm gonna mute myself for 1 second. Give me a minute.
Okay, well, Michael mutes himself. I'm going to say that I don't think we've had Magnus, Hikaru, and Firouzja in the Bullet Chess Championship since before Firouzja was Firouzja. Firouzja is now better than he was in the early years when the kid was 13 and I had top GMs accusing him of being a cheater to me privately, and I had to tell them, no, he's not a cheater. Just get to know his name. He will, he's very good. And of course, Firouzja had a funny story about that at the candidates. But this is going to be epic, to see these guys throw down. And the events are way too hot. It's a fire risk. I agree.
Yeah,
Michael,
it's funny. My team literally chose today of all days out of the entire year to run their fire alarm tests. So, but the show moves on.
The show moves on. Let's talk about moving on to the over-the-board chess events that are happening. Of course, there are many. And we don't mean to disparage the fact that we can't make a list of all chess events in the world because there's too many chess events. But obviously the Women's World Championship is coming up. This is going to be pretty epic. We've got the FIDE World Cup. These are two events that we will have camera feeds for. So I guess if we're highlighting our focus, it's like, hey, we have camera feeds for the FIDE World Cup. You can find that on Chess24, our Chess24 channels. And then the Women's World Championship.
Yeah, super excited for these. Of course, the time zone is going to be challenging for me to tune into the Women's World Championship personally. I think it starts at midnight local time, but yeah, amazing opportunity for women's chess. I hope everyone who's able to, because of the time zone, tunes in. And the World Cup is we actually don't have it on the slide here, but Hikaru also accepted his wild card, much to Anish Giri's disapproval there. But that's going to be
just so you know, Anish was trolling. Just so you know,
I know Anish is trolling, but I think it's really funny.
Yeah,
what's the streamer doing in the big, like the biggest knockout over the board tournament? Like,
yeah, seriously, get over it, right? I mean, no, seriously, it's the FIDE World Cup is going to be awesome, and you got Magnus there, you got Hikaru there. Unfortunately, Anish is also playing. Whatever, but that should be epic. So, all right, man. Well, let's do the thing. I know we're not teasing some of the other events coming up with you and I on the show. We've got another guest coming up for that. We'll wait on that. But what else can we talk about? And we also can't tease the other thing we want to tease, which is announcing the location of the live finals. So, and there's another event that we're not going to talk about that may or may not be happening, in November, December. There's so many things we can't talk about. Oh, let's talk about the Olympic esports event where you went to Singapore. How awesome was this? I feel like this flew under the radar. And in the end, what was that experience like? You were live on site in Singapore. Pretty big deal, right?
Yeah, it was awesome. So I'm not gonna lie. I went into this event like pretty skeptical myself. The games lineup was not the most low, to put it lightly, but chess was a part of it. And the amount of investment I saw that the Olympics were putting towards chess and the other games was like really impressive. And I don't know if you all saw that stage. That was a massive stage, like these huge LED walls and like these, player walkouts, and the opening ceremony was incredible. They actually did a really, really good job with it. And we also had a lot of you all play in the event. I think we had 42,000 unique participants.
42,000
total participants.
Yep.
Yeah, in the open qualifiers, and it would have been higher had we just had I guess better capacity at our servers at that time. So yeah, just overall actually a really good event. Also great to see someone like Serrana take home another trophy. Someone who again doesn't get the most opportunities. And I definitely can't confirm. I'm not the Olympics, but I'm pretty sure that they want to do this, perhaps annually. And they seem really happy with chess being at the event, and this might become a thing where we have chess at an Olympics event, on an annual basis. And if that's what we have, then that's amazing for the game. So yeah, it was a great event. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, we didn't have more pictures. I know you talked about how the event on site was pretty awesome to see chess next to so many other esports, and the IOC really outdid themselves there. And so shout out to everybody who put on a pretty amazing event. We've got a few moments left here before we let you drop, and then we bring on our next special guest. His name is Ludwig. I don't really know how to announce him beyond that, so stay tuned, chat. I think chat would love to get you and Ludwig on a show, by the way. I think that some version of Smash and chess is the one thing we're missing, some sort of hybrid event. You're not allowed to use ice climbers, but other than that, I think that would be a pretty hot event.
Yeah, I'll get my format brain working on that. I'm sure there's some kind of like, instead of chess boxing, it's like Smash chessing. No, that's a better way to put it. But you know what I'm getting at. Something that combines the two games. That would be a fun tournament. Or maybe even just Smash players playing chess. Because I know there's actually a lot of overlap. But like, there's so many Smash players who really love chess.
You would play in that event. You might actually win that event. If there was a hybrid Smash chess event, you might actually be one of the odds-on favorites to win, which is actually, I've never thought of that before. We have another question here, Michael. Gatakomsky himself, the famous bleeping legend, is in chat. Shout out to you, Gata. And wait, is it? Yeah, it is Gata. And he says there are a lot of events for youngsters, rapid and bullet championships, but there are no events for senior players, especially former, FFLs like Gatakomsky, famous legend. So your thoughts on a senior chess championship, maybe a senior speed chess championship? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. It's actually the first time that anyone's ever mentioned that idea to me, which I really appreciate. I would say it's not like currently in our plans, but it's definitely something that we can consider. Although the calendar is just so dang busy that finding the time to put yet more events on the calendar just seems like, a challenging order. But it's an interesting suggestion that we can definitely consider. I mean, personally, one of the reasons why we run like the junior events is to kind of give a spotlight to the up and coming talent that might, someday, be with the next world champion. But there's so many amazing players who, been playing the game for a really long time who also deserve that spotlight. So I like the suggestion.
All right. Apparently, Ludwig has already done I don't think he did a Smash Chess hybrid, though, where the scoring counted the same. We'll ask him about that. So if I'm wrong, Sandolph in chat called
he did Smash boxing.
He did Smash boxing,
chess boxing, but
exactly.
It wasn't
so
Smash
I'm like,
chess.
I
it was Smash and boxing. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't call me out like that, chat. If come on. All right, here we go. All right. Well, Michael, thanks for being here, man. We are going to let you go. When we come back, everybody, we will have Ludwig with us, as well as the special announcement that you've all been waiting for at this point. The leak is on. I don't even know what you guys are talking about, but we're going to be right back with Ludwig. Michael, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Cool. Thanks, Danny. Thanks for having me on the show.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Latvian Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab, and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. and just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop g5 with mate.
No way!
It has to give it. Mate! You bloated mate!
Chance, look, f7. Oh, whoa, no! No! No!
We are back. The State of Chess continues. Thanks to everyone who's been here. Man, we've talked tech. We've talked Chess Kid. We've talked events. There's a lot we've talked about. I know a lot of you are here for what we're going to talk about next. And that's not the community AMA portion that will round out the show. We'll get to that. I'm going to jump right in right now to a guy who I see on camera ready to join us. He's ready. And the first obvious question is, Ludwig, what are you doing here? Are you allowed to be on Twitch?
Oh my gosh, don't hit me with, yes, I'm allowed to be on Twitch, Danny, and I'm happy you brought me on to have my announcement that I'm moving to Kick full time. That's what this is all about.
That's it. That's the announcement.
Well, that's where all the
Clip it and
chess
ship
players
it,
go,
world.
Danny. Yeah, this is how I thought I could break this 1,300 ELO ceiling that I've been stuck with for a couple of years. Because I see the great chess players go there. I figure that's how I can get some more ELO points. I've heard they've inflated numbers.
A lot of people trying to do what Hikaru does with chess. Hey, it makes sense. There you go. That's the announcement, everybody. Can we end the show now? I'm done. That was it.
Yeah,
Ludwig's going to
go.
Kick.
I mean, that's all I need to do.
Clip it and ship it.
Life?
All right, Lud. Life is good. Thanks for asking.
Yeah,
how's
State
life
of Chess
with you?
is good. It's funny to do State of Chess after 2,000 years. You know, like what changed this year?
Yeah. Right. That's a really good point. Like, what has actually changed in the last little bit? Although a lot has changed in the last few years. You know, that's when I was thinking about how to introduce you. I was like, he's a streamer, he's a creator. No one likes to be called an influencer anymore. You're a lot of people call you Mr. PogChamp around Chess.com parts because that's how you came to the chess community. But how do you like to introduce yourself when you walk in a room after the doves fly? Like, what do you like to say?
I say, hey, I'm Ludwig and I stream sometimes. And that's my whole intro.
Okay.
What do you think?
Maybe I missed that. I think that sounds great. I think that's great. That sounds great.
It's accurate.
It is accurate. When Well, he's the hand and brain champion with Robert Hess, who's in chat. That's probably how you introduce yourself.
Yeah, I don't
Right
like
there.
to boast, but it is true. I am a champion of chess. I did win the hand brain event with Hess, and since then I've not improved at chess at all. Still a flat 1200
I'm not
rated
gonna
player.
lie.
Yep.
You guys were such underdogs in that match. Like you had, I love you, Lud, but you had no business winning that game. But you did it. So that actually is something you should be proud of. I mean, I'm going to insult you right away. Like you were up against Sardoche, and you won. You should be flexing that more often.
I cooked everybody in that contest. I think I cooked Northern Lion as well. Look, I can't take too much credit because Hess was there with me. Without him, I have not won diddly squat. We know I'm like the 4-time PogChamps loser. But yeah, with Hess by my side, nothing but dubs.
All right. Well, there is another announcement that we have, although neither of us really came prepared to talk about it. And so if it's okay with you, Lud, I'm gonna let a video play, and then you and I will talk about what the other announcement is besides you going to kick.
Okay. All right. Let's see it.
Let's do it. Roll the tape.
3, 2, 1.
Get ready.
I can't believe I just beat him. None of you thought I was gonna beat this man. None of you.
He's trying to don't pre-move that. Oh my god, he can actually stalemate. No, this is really, really bad. He's gonna do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my.
You be careful with the queens, Alex Botes.
I should watch my queen, not give it away, right?
She's like, you know what? Let's play this whole thing out, dude. So I can make him feel like he has a chance.
But now King.
Oh, you put a 92-minute blood. Oh, yes! 6-0. Undefeated.
My is throbbing.
So that's not even the biggest news about the fact that PogChamps is back, baby. Let it play. PogChamps 5, it's finally here. The people have been waiting. Ludwig, you got other news to bring about why this next PogChamps is going to change the game.
Yeah, okay. I'm already throbbing at least halfway there. But the thing about PogChamps that some other people in chat might feel is that the format became a bit stale. Sometimes there'd be people who go to PogChamps who like, don't play enough chess. They're kind of dog shit the entire way through. They didn't read Dvorsky's Endgame manual. And the you know, it doesn't feel like there's been enough innovation. Oh, another creator plays chess. Who gives a shit? This time, all right, I begged Danny. I said, Danny, let's stop doing this like we're in the middle of COVID, okay? Let's bring the influencers in person. Let's do an over-the-board PogChamps finals. And by God, finally, Danny, you've listened to me, all right? After I've asked you several times to give me the GM title on Chess.com. You haven't done any of that, but you have listened to this, and you are allowing us to have a live finals in Los Angeles. It's going to be at our studio here, and that I think will make this a magical PogChamps because I think people will try really hard just to get to the finals.
You said it best. I've been holding back your creativity since the first time you dropped an F-bomb on one of our shows, and you know, we love it though. It's jokes aside, that's it. Go ahead.
Am I just finding out that you don't swear on broadcast?
You didn't know that?
Yeah,
you're the only. Like you and Charlie are the only ones who swear.
What?
Okay, first of all, anyone who knows me in real life knows that from time to time I can have a potty mouth, but I try to maintain the PG. No. But hey, you read Dvorsky's Endgame manual. You get to make the rules around here, and we're gonna have a live event in LA. And now we haven't. I know I'm going off script here. We haven't discussed whether we're selling tickets for that. We are going to have live OTB. The creators are going to do it differently. Like Lud said, it's going to be bigger and more badassier. I think that's a word than ever. But we haven't discussed tickets. I don't even know. Can we do that at your studios? What's the deal with that?
Yeah, you can do like a more intimate viewing. They do sometimes like a VIP ticket, you know, where like a group of people can hang out. It's not going to be like an arena, but it's like more, you can hang out and chill with the players. That's we could consider it. You know, we'll see the interest. We'll gauge.
Yeah, we'll gauge the interest. We'll whatever we will gauge. I love when we're gauging. So we also already have some participants already confirmed. So let's do that. Let's talk about it. And there are the list of other people is longer than this, but we've got some familiar faces coming back, and we've also already got a couple of new faces joining. There she is, Cutie. There he is in Sea Dog. And then we've got I Did a Thing. I'm going to let you talk about that because apparently he requested to be on the show. And this week we also, by the way, Sonic Fox, shout out to you. You were in the chat. If you don't know Sonic Fox, they're here and they're awesome.
Yeah, they're in chat right now.
They're playing in
Sonic
Podcast.
Fox
What's
is
up?
a legend. Is a legend, an Evo champion, one of the greatest fighting game players of all time. And I found out from you, Danny, wildly interested in chess. And I think that is the key to Pog 5. All right. Let's forget about getting, fancy ass influencer 27 with 10 million subscribers. Who gives a shit? Let's get the person who makes content, but also cares enough. All right. They're dog shit at chess. Everyone here is, but cares enough to get good. We'll try. We'll grind. We'll hang out with the Danya, with the Botez, with the Hess, with the Nemsko, and try to, get to 200 rating increase, a 300 point rating increase in that month they have during Pog 5 to put on a good show. I think that's what people care about in the chess community, as opposed to like, oh, I happen to have a lot of subscribers. No one cares. No one cares about your subscriber count.
I'm with you. And by the way, Sonic has already told us, Gotham Chess, shout out to you if you're interested, right? And you mentioned all the other creators. I think that this next month is going to be buzzing because, like, as you said, it's bigger than ever this time. It's not just, it doesn't start till end of July, and the live final is going to be in August. I'm not going to say the date yet because we haven't 100% confirmed that, but it's going to be in August in LA. We're pretty close. But look for all the streaming lessons to begin. So how did I Did a Thing? So you guys were just having lunch and he was like, yo, can I play? Like, he's in.
Wait. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Okay, Danny, this makes so much more sense. Because I was sitting here, I was like, I Did a Thing does not play chess for shit. I've seen him play chess. He's about a 600 rated player, and his friend Boy's very good. I am realizing that did I tell you I did a thing, Danny? Let me scroll where we have a live. No. I didn't mean I did a thing. This is funny. We're gonna laugh about this years from now. He does not play chess for shit in any way, shape, or form. I meant daily dose of internet. Did I message you? I did a thing.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no.
Are you serious about this right now?
No, I Did a Thing does not play. Just an absolute.
Dude, we were talking about this. Chess. We literally asked on Discord.
It's confusing with those names as influencers. I wish they'd go by like Clark, or Jacob. Like, where's your name? Like, why you got
Ludwig?
Yeah, seriously, why you got a phrase as a name? So anyway, that's a prank.
Dude,
Love the graphic though. Shout out to the
You're going to be the person who pushes me over the edge to curse on stream. By the way, this is really happening. We literally had a Discord DM yesterday where we confirmed what he wanted to be called. And it was confirmed he wants to, never mind. Okay, so we're going to change that graphic. But Sonic Fox is in, and Sonic Fox is in chat. So that's awesome. And there are going to be a lot of other people confirmed to play soon.
What the heck? We've snazzed it up again. That's my PG talk.
We've done snazzed it up again. Maybe now I Did a Thing's going to be like, actually, I'm in. I'll reach out. So just let us know if you want to play.
You could convince him to fly in from Australia.
Sonic Fox just said in chat, Lud, that he's been watching for 2 years. For those who don't know, I guess I can reveal a little behind the scenes that Sonic almost played in our last edition of Tournament Arc. For those of you who don't know, is kind of an event we did PogChamp style for people in anime and fighting game stuff. And I know that there was a schedule conflict, so Sonic is not full of it. They've been working hard. Here we are, and I don't know, maybe early odds-on dark horse favorite to win. We'll see. So let's. I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you confused it.
Look, Danny, it was a little mess up.
Screenshot.
I Did a Thing, daily dose of internet. Like, that's an easy thing to mess up. That's an easy. There's a lot of D's in those names. It's a whole phrase. The fact is, though, that I am talking to a lot of influencers who I think are very excited about just grinding chess and getting good and winning. And I think there's a little bit of anxiety, nerves about the live finals, but also some excitement around it too. Like I've played over the board. My rating drops 500 points instantly just because I don't know how to view it unless I'm at a bird's eye view. So I think it'll be really interesting. If there's any creators who are interested, feel free to reach out as well. The list ain't final yet. We're working on some names. Maybe someone cool who I don't know is interested in chess wants to play. So I figure that's
okay,
what we're
I just found our Discord DM. You said I Did a Thing in Discord. I don't
believe that. Yeah, it's a it's a liberal run site, Danny. So they can change that. It's a lot of misinformation there. I wouldn't trust all that all that data and what have you. Let's just
Okay.
focus on the positives
Okay.
here, Danny, which is that we get to
Yeah.
work together and we love working together because it's an
Yes, we
easygoing
do.
relationship, no flaws at all, and $100 grand.
$100 grand. $100,000, ladies and gentlemen. Tell him what he's won, Johnny. So 100 grand, but again, live final. That's also a huge prize. We're going to fly you to LA, creator out there. Probably put you up in a 2-star hotel, given Ludwig's budget these days. You know, we'll see what we can squeeze, and we'll go from there. What else are we supposed to say? Let's bring up the event format. It's the one that you know and love. We got 16 players. We're going to break them into groups, do our best, and then people are going to be repaired once we know who the losers and the winners are. And then the bottom group, and by the way, the finals is going to be the consolation and the championship final participants. So that'll be sweet.
Yeah, I mean, if we think of the best Pog Champs matchups, oftentimes they end up being the consolation bracket because although it's a lower chess rating, there's a lot of excitement because they're trying as hard, right? They're just worse. They haven't played as long, but they care. They try really hard. It's led to some amazing moments, you know, like the Moist Critical XQC game. And so I think not having the consolation in person would be a mistake. So let's have both finals in person at the very least, and maybe some more. We'll see. And I'd be curious if people in chat have anyone in mind they'd want to be a participant on this one.
Let's do it.
Who's the chat feeling?
This is your chance. We have a list. I have a list in front of me from the Discord DM, so that is fact. But give us who you want. While we get some suggestions. While we get some suggestions, let's Valkyrie, Hikaru, Moist Critical. Justin Wall.
Some of these people, I've seen a lot of Northern Lion. He might be too damn good. He's Canadian virtuoso is like 50. I've had a strategy, Danny. I don't know if you've known this about me. I could be a chess pro.
Obviously.
Okay, yeah, I was waiting for you to agree. And I intentionally stay at a 1200 rating, and I have for 4 years just to get invited back to Pog. That's been my strategy.
You sandbagging son of a you
Whoa, kids show.
You know?
Jeez. Danny.
Okay, but let's talk about that. So you're not going to play this year. At least that's not the plan right now. You're gonna commentate, do a watch party, and kind of, you know, that's the plan. Although these days, the best plan is no plan.
Yes. Yeah, my plan was to purely commentate this one. I've been a 3-time Pog participant, and it feels maybe a little greedy to experience a 4th one, but it might be fun to show off Pog, do some co-streams of the matches, the live finals, and just build some hype for it, right? Having influencers just there to build hype. But maybe I'll get lonely. Maybe I'll look at my empty trophy cabinet and wish that there was a Pog of a trophy there. We'll see. Well, I'll see what the people say. It looks like I Did a Thing is already down to do it.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah,
dude,
he's replied in the tweet. Will there be cavity searches?
Because I
don't know if you know this.
Let's bring it up. I'll bring it up.
He invented a device here, Danny. Yeah, he's an inventor of sorts, and he invented a device that I don't know if you've heard of this before, but you could put it in one of your orifices, and it would tell you what move to play. And he actually created this for the express purpose of allowing his friend to win at chess boxing. Yeah, it's a real thing. Yeah, there's a tweet right there. Will there be cavity searches? So it's a one-of-a-kind idea. I've never heard of anyone else using this technology. I heard it's a vibrational technology.
I am legally required to tell you that I don't know what you're talking about. That is what I am legally required to say. But okay, so I Did a Thing is here. Sonic Fox is already on Twitter. Even with the lawsuit being dismissed. By the way, shout out to a lawsuit being dismissed this week. We're going to talk about that. Yeah, it's good news. I'm legally required to tell you that I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so the one thing I just realized with you talking about the live final is we need a badass trophy this year. Like, we need a trophy, maybe a belt. Okay, we did the belt.
No.
Mr. Beast. No, we needed something better than a belt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the best trophies are often heavy and made of metal. And I think it should be just a big old pawn. All right, what do you think? There's a big old metal. Just make a big pawn.
A big
Call
old
it a
pawn.
day.
A big old
It's
pawn.
the best chess piece.
There you go. Pawns are the best chess piece. I'm scrolling through Twitter. Sonic Fox is here. I didn't see Idea Things comment. I need a direct link to that. I've got an image, but
the people
pulled
saw
it up on
Danny.
the show. We had it up on the show. Why don't we just show it real quick? We've got a full screen here. I can see it. If I can see it in our production software, then I know
Danny, they've already seen it. This is a second viewing, Danny. This is an encore.
Oh, okay. Oh, the encore. Okay, here we go. All right. Well, I'm pumped. I don't even know what else we're supposed to talk about. You and I have the kind of relationship where we could talk or not talk for hours and still feel good. We would still both leave satisfied. Talking and not talking. So
it's an easy.
What else should we talk about?
This is easy. We're streaming. Well, how do the people feel about Pog 5? Are we excited for the return of Pog Champs 5? Because in my mind, it's been a good long drought, enough that I've felt the desire to watch it again and enjoy that type of content. And are the live finals a cool addition to it to make it more exciting than a Pog 1, 2 through 4? Right? Like, did we do enough to change it? In my mind, yeah, but I'm not the one who matters.
Look at Sonic Fox wants strong opponents. I think the people are speaking, and I think they're pretty pumped. And I agree with you. I mean, we've talked about this because I didn't want to do another Pog Champs either. If it was, we did 4 in the span of like 12 months, and it was awesome. But then it got a little, what are we doing here? Right? And like you said, if we were going to do this thing, we were going to do it the right way. And even though I tried to convince you not to, we have a live final.
Yeah, look, so, I am wary that influencers oftentimes get all the pomp, all the circumstance, and don't do nearly enough work to deserve it. And I didn't want to ruffle Ben Feingold's feathers here. So wanted to make sure that if we came back with a plan. And I think we have a plan that the goal of which is to make a cool ass chess event, have people who give a shit about chess so they'll get good and they'll be able to show that process, and get a lot of new people interested in chess. If we can succeed in those 3 things, we've done a hell of a job. So that's the goal with Pog 5. I think we'll do it. And if you guys want to go bug your streamer of choice, whoever it is, who's maybe somewhat interested in chess, to try out Pog 5, do it. Let them know about it. Have them hit up my DMs. Go be like Inception, Leonardo DiCaprio. Get it in their head.
Yeah, do it. I love it. Let's do it. Go do it. Go out there now. Fly and tell the creators about this event. Go, little birdies. Go tell them what you've heard here today, and know that it is true. A live final of Pog Champs shall return henceforth in August. Ludwig,
and I am going.
I don't want to make this awkward, but
DM where I said I did a thing to you.
Do that ASAP because it's gonna be off the. What do they say? Your phone's gonna be ringing off the chain,
off the hook. How are you as old as you are? It impresses me.
I know it's awkward. It's surprising that we get along as well as we do. You're an old soul. I'd like a compliment back.
I've seen you wear a chess costume.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. I dress up in a green pawn. All right, man. Well, I don't want this to be too awkward. You know how I feel about you. So, much love and get out of here, man. You did it.
All right, Danny, have a good one. Appreciate you having me on. Sorry about that little mix-up. We'll make sure we get that addressed right away. Have a good one, Danny. Have a good one. See you later, chat. See you later.
All right. We're going to say bye to Ludwig here before we take a break. I cannot believe that, actually. That's hilarious. And I did a thing is already in, so I guess it doesn't matter. So appreciate that. That's an accidental way to hook someone in. What do they call it? We did the fish thing where you go get someone interested. I don't know. That's probably not appropriate to talk about. So we're going to take me off camera, and I'm going to be right back in just a few moments with our last segment, which is the community Q&A. The State of Chess returns in a few.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate.
Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on Chess.com right now.
My inspiration with reading about great players from the past, great performers from the past. Arthur Ashe, reading his life, his legacy. Jackie Robinson, who was even earlier. After reading about people like that, Malcolm X and Dr. King, their journey, James Baldwin, those are people who made me feel, as I was pursuing this history-making moment, if you will, that I wasn't really going through stuff that was that hard. I mean, I know we were still and still are in the middle of a deeply divided society in this way, where the struggle is still real for African Americans, where equality of treatment is something you thought should have happened a century ago, or at least in the last century, but it's still happening today. But it's not like it was. And I understood that I'm standing on the shoulder of the giants, and they were absolutely my inspiration in dark moments, difficult times.
Okay, if I lose a game before I go to sleep, I have to play until I win. And once I win a game, then I will play another. Why isn't my chess rating going up?
We did a thing. We did a thing, chat. Enjoy the music. I did a thing is apparently into doing chess things, and he's going to be in PogChamps 5. We're going to play that video one more time before the show's over because it's a sweet video, although we're probably already posting it all over social media. So anywhere you follow the chess world, I'm sure you can already watch that hype video a few times. There's nothing more hype than a throbbing chess video. Let's be honest. And there you go. That was awesome. Live final in LA. You heard it. It's happening. Bigger and more badder than ever. I've already said badassier, so I won't overuse it. And yeah, we're super pumped. This is going to be awesome. The wait is over. We thought it might never return. Just real talk. I was open to PogChamps never coming back. I mean, it was an amazing movement, something that was super special. Half the people here might be into chess because of someone like Ludwig or PogChamps. But you know, we did it because it was organic and it was awesome and it was cool. And when it started to peter out, we were open to evolving, and we've been doing things like Blitz Champs, which is currently organic and awesome and cool, and NFL Superstars. We just did one with college. We've got things going on with other kind of genres. The idea of bringing people who aren't traditionally thought of as chess players into the chess world is what we're doing with this, and it's awesome. But good news is we ultimately, I think the wait was long enough. I think the temperature in chess boiled up just enough. Obviously, Ludwig being who he is, who while he's gone now, I can actually talk good about him. He is like Mr. PogChamp, literally defines all that is good about that event. I mean, no joking, right? He actually cares. He actually loves chess, and Mr. Chess Boxing now. So I think doing it this way, partnering with him and bringing a live final to LA, what else could you ask for? Chat, what else could you ask for? Are you not entertained? By the way, did that one guy get a diamond membership that I shouted out? I hope he did. So there you go. We've got some comments coming in. I don't know if we'll invite Jimmy again. Jimmy played in a couple. Having Jimmy was awesome. If Jimmy's interested, let us know, right? You have my phone number, Mr. Beast. Give me a jingle. Catch you on the jangle. I miss our chess lessons, but Jimmy is also probably the busiest creator on the planet. Not to say that everyone isn't busy. Jimmy is doing wild stuff, and we'll see if he wants to do chess again as part of that. Are you entertained? There you go. That's what we want. All right, team. I love you guys. This is that end of that show where I always get emotional at the end of State of Chess. What is wrong with me? Why do I care so much about what I do to the point where I lose sleep and cry a lot when things aren't going well? But it is fun in moments like this when we get to connect and actually enjoy the good things. I don't know. It's crazy. I don't want to say 100% yes on that because that would probably me be speaking a little bit out of turn in terms of the product team. But we are working on more benefits for Chessable and Chess.com Premium. To answer your question about Chessable Pro, I'm not going to say 100% that that's happening. It might be even better than that. But we want to give more benefits to connect everything we can over the years, including for creators. We have a great affiliate program on Chess.com where all of your creators, your Hikaru's, Botez, Levy, if you don't know, and all of them, Chess Bros, when you sign up through their affiliate code, that's a hard check that they're getting. And I don't want to spill unnecessary financial goods, but all of your creators are benefiting from the growth of the chess community, and that affiliate thing is real. It's not just a game, and we want to do similar and great things for all the ways to people who are already here loving chess and probably spending money on a hobby that they think is good for them to make sure that they're benefiting their favorite creators. And we're going to do more similar stuff with Chessable Pro and other things. So I don't want to get too into that because it would be me doing the thing I shouldn't do. There you go. Just got a text from my wife. 1 second. She forgets that I'm in a show. Yep, we're doing that. She doesn't care about my schedule. I get it, right? No big deal. No big deal. Any Hooters. So, there is not a full plan to merge the Chess.com and Chessable memberships for a number of reasons that would be maybe even bad for the user. There's all kinds of ways to I think, navigate giving people who are super into that learning more upside, if you will, make it more affordable without taking away some of the benefits of that for the creators and the way that whole kind of marketplace ecosystem works. So appreciate the question. We're not planning on doing a full merger of that at this time. Thank you for asking that. All right. What do you want to do? Production team, staff team. We got questions from Twitter and Reddit. We can do rapid fire Danny. And I start reading, and I do that thing that Ron Burgundy does where he starts reading a question before he even knows that it's probably one he shouldn't read because it's not appropriate, or it's a really hard-hitting question that he wasn't emotionally prepared to answer, and then people see me in real time, get taken aback and maybe a little hurt by that, but then kind of stumble and fumble toward an ultimately more transparent answer than I'm just trying to tell you all the things we can. And people judge us sometimes for saying too little. Sometimes they judge us for saying too much. I don't know. I can only be myself. And there you go. Rapid question, Danny. Let's go. Pain Tensei has spoken. By the way, Ludwig gave a shout out for everyone here to let whoever creators you have. We already have 4 of them confirmed. Apparently 5 now because we have Daily Dose of Entertainment, and then we also have I Did a Thing via Twitter. If you have creators you want in it, let us know. Sonic Fox is clearly ready. They're in chat. I'm actually super pumped to see Sonic Fox play. I feel like everybody is pumped. That is a star, and that is a person who loves chess in a very real way. And I can't wait to see what Sonic does. And we know that there's going to be stream probably. Levy is on vacation right there for those of you who don't know, but it's all going to happen. So no, Daily Dose wouldn't be the 6th. We have Cutie, Sea Dog, Sonic, daily dose, and I did a thing. If I did a thing, is there another person that has already confirmed their participation that I don't know about? Sergeant Animal Mother. By the way, amazing name, Sergeant Animal Mother. That is some next level stuff. Thank you for that name. The Sonic Fox. That's right. I don't know who the other person was that is confirmed. There you go. All right. The first rapid fire question. Here we go. Here we go. Twitter. How does Chess.com plan to continue monetizing the game of chess? I don't know if that's a troll or an honest question. You know, I would say that, look, chess is the original open source game, and nobody owns it by design, and anybody can start a chess website, write a chess book, as they should always be able to. Chess.com obviously has a business model that monetizes the motivation to get better, and does so only by providing a great product. And you know, what I can say on that, if there is some criticism to it, that I don't think there should be. I mean, our company is awesome, doing amazing things, and almost 700 people with jobs, and investing heavily in the ecosystem and millions of dollars in the game. I'm not going to do the thing where I defend ourselves for being a business. I'm sorry. I'm sure all of you also, unfortunately, live in a world that requires some form of currency to do what you do. So I'm not going to do that thing. I don't need to. I'm actually going to speak more broadly on the fact that one of the things about our company that I actually really appreciate is at the core of driving us toward always innovating and always investing is actually that we don't own our own product. We don't own the game of chess. And so there's two ways to say the same thing. And two ways to say the same thing. You guys are monetizing chess. You guys are monetizing chess. Like, damn, right? Because by definition, if you're paying for a premium membership, it's because the product itself is something that is good enough to do it. And we don't even own any product we ever built. Any chess website in the world can do a game review, a puzzles, a whatever, right? And if we're better at it, if we're innovating and hiring brilliant minds like Josh Levine, would you be mad at us for that? And paying and supporting like a financial livelihood and investing in the idea that we can create a product that competes with free. So you can say it two ways and be mad at Chess.com, or you can appreciate that we're doing everything we can. The financial ecosystem gives back to players in the game. And there's two ways to say that same sentence. So I think you either are trolling or not. But I'm not going to dive into any other like monetizing trolls for those out there who are here from wherever you are. Lead Chess, wherever. Again, I don't care. Like, I literally love the whole chess ecosystem. Everyone is serving a great purpose, including Chess.com, Lead Chess, and many others. The game is open source. It should stay that way. No one owns chess. And so to appreciate the idea that we're trying to create an experience that is worth your time and therefore your money. We're trying to create things that help add value to your life on top of something that we don't own. No one can ever prevent Chess.com from being disrupted by your Googles, your Amazons, your whatever. If someone wants to make an amazing product that thinks they know chess better than us, bring it on, because I think our team knows game review and knows puzzles and knows how to be badass and actually gives a bleep about all of you and your chess education. Mic drop. And if someone thinks that they can build a better product, then do it. But that's what we're here to do, is to make your chess life awesome. Much love. All right. Do you have plans to release focus mode for the mobile app? I don't know that we can do that because the mobile app is a different experience. If you design a mock-up of focus mode in the mobile app and send it to me on Twitter, I will try to make sure it reaches Eric's hands. Like as I say, my work marriage CEO and partner. He's the guy who oversees product ultimately. I'm sort of the guy overseeing community. If we were dividing very quickly into two bubbles, and that's up for him to decide. I actually don't know how we would do that. It's interesting. All right. Why the memberships are not lower in third world countries. We actually do have lower memberships in different countries. So that's actually not true. And I can't really speak to all of that right now because I don't have it in front of me. But you should double check that. So we'll move on that. Does Chess.com have any competitors? We have many competitors, right? I mean, we talked about it just now that chess is an open source game and anyone can do chess. There are chess apps that exist on some of the biggest sites. You know why you don't know about them? Because Chess.com is better. That's why you forgot that Facebook had chess, or that the other sites, or that there are other extensions to a lot of bigger apps. And then there are of course a lot of great places to play chess online. So that's the truth. That's true. I think the chess world will always be thriving and growing because you have to invest and innovate and really be smart, and I think thoughtful about how your community feels about you if you're building a business on a game that belongs to the world. So as I said, there's two ways to always look at that, and I think we should always have competitors, and I hope we do, and I know we do. Who got you into chess and what got me into chess? That's a really long story. I am currently writing a memoir. It is not coming out for probably a couple of years, so you're going to find about all of that and more. And I'm not going to answer that question because in the way I do things, more honesty and transparency than maybe some people deserve in this chat. I'm going to give it anyway. That's what I'm going to hold back on transparently because I think the story is a little too wild to share right now. So you can get my memoir when it's out in a couple of years, and I really appreciate if you do. When will Legend League monthly event restart? I actually don't know the calendar on that in front of me. So shout out to the team who oversees our leagues. I don't know. I don't know when that's. You're like, Danny, don't you know everything? I don't know everything, man. I don't know everything about our site. There's a lot. There's a lot going on right now. Okay, I'm just trying to find a transformer. Ever since Dad died, I developed a gambling problem. All right, Ma's been hiding transformers in the front yard, and I've been looking for Marky Mark ever since it happened. All right, I don't know. Okay, if Queen's Gambit 2 happened, what real-world players would you want it to revolve around? I don't know that I can answer that. That's like they're like, Danny, use your creative brain. I'm in this rapid fire mode of honesty. So what's my creative brain saying about the Queen's Gambit? I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. Like maybe it should revolve around Beth Harmon's journey. What happens after the park game, right? And who would be next, right? Maybe they create instead of the depiction of Bobby Fischer, maybe there's a battle between someone based for Bobby Fischer. Maybe that'd be interesting. Ooh, very nice. Okay. Rank Magnus, Bobby, Kasparov, Anand. In terms of what? In terms of chess? Man, this is tough. You are hitting me in the feels here because Magnus and Gary are 1 and 2. For sure. And in that order. Magnus is 1, Gary is 2. I think a lot of people would argue Bobby for the talent and the legendary performances as far as separation between your current competition. We always talk about that. There's no time machine for Jordan and LeBron. There's no time machine for Fischer and Caspi, but you can kind of measure performance against their peers. And we actually did this with our computer. What did I say in this? So let's just go look at it. Let's go look at it. Ready? Who is the best chess player? I wrote an art player in history caps with Chess.com's computer aggregated precision score. Who was the best? It was Carlsen, Kramnik, Caspi, Fischer, Anand. So that's really funny. You don't even have Kramnik in there. But as far as how we measure it with our game review technology, which is a subset of our anti-cheating, but I have to say this many times, we do much more than that when it comes to anti-cheating. So every time you think, oh, a guy scored 99% on the accuracy, like that's cheating, like that's a single game. It is designed to give you a grade of how you're playing. And yes, the best players over a long period would achieve a higher grade. But it's our anti-cheating is more than that. Remember that. Even though it is a subset, in terms of the view of how these players compare to what was objectively the best according to the gods of chess, the stockfishes out there, this is interesting. But as far as to answer your question, I would actually say, and if someone can share this link in chat, maybe people want to read it. It's an article that I wrote a long time ago when we were first launching kind of technology stuff. It has a lot of people read it. This was an interesting one. You should go check it out. Although of course our technology is better than this now. So it's a little bit dated. But I would probably rank them in that order, right? Probably Fischer over Anand. Again, but Vishy on a personal level pulls on my heartstrings. And when you talk about results and longevity, I actually think there's an argument to be made that Vishy is in the GOAT conversation along with Carlsen and Kasparov. We recently did a video series with Vishy on the site. Can someone share the video lessons we did with Vishy? It was his kind of life and times. If someone could give a link to that in chat, that'd be awesome. The Vishy Anand career is just incredible. like this guy was challenging for the world title in 95, right? And like dude is like still winning world titles if you count World Blitz Championships 2019. Like the guy is nuts. So I think you could put him number 3 over Fischer because of the self-inflicted Fischer wounds, regardless of Fischer's talent. I think that there's a super solid argument that Anand had a better career and deserves to be considered higher because of his achievements there. But okay, that was a very good question. I can't spend that much time on these questions. Can I get an unauthorized speedrun account? The answer is no. You cannot get an unauthorized speedrun account. Every once in a while, someone does it, and then we catch them, and then they get mad at us for banning their account, and we say, you can't do that. Let us know. We're all about content and fun experiences for the community, but don't mess with us, right? It's like, don't bleep with us. It's like the first time a super GM, and I won't say his name, maybe I can call him out. He'd probably love it if I did. This has happened to actually many super GMs, but I'll call him out. He's a nice guy. The first time Lanier Dominguez Perez, LDP, as I like to call him, decided to either put Chess.com or our cheat detection to the test and went on like an anonymous account like Run, and we banned him and closed him for cheating. And I don't think he had a main account yet. And then he was like, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, you're a top GM who could be a cheater. You might have just ruined the experience for a bunch of people. Because you're a top GM, that's on you, bro. Let me know who you are, and we will give you an account, and we will know. So, this is gray stuff sometimes. And when you see someone, performing at an abnormally reasonable level, you got to act. And so that has actually happened to many top GMs, but that was like a fun little banter we had. All's well that ends well. Shout out to Lanier for being mad at Chess.com in the early days. What are your plans to support chess content creators outside of Twitch, YouTube streamers? Well, Chessable is a big one. There are some others, and some of it relates to Chess24 questions. Let's see, it's super stuff to talk about this. I talked about the pillar of the streamer ecosystem, the creator ecosystem, empowering them to sort of, build brands, businesses, monetize the community themselves off of Chess.com's back. And we do what we can to embed them and give them viewership and promote their channels, and drive the chess community to Twitch and YouTube. And now Kick, with Hikaru over there, at least to some degree. The idea is then with Chessable to do that on a more robust type of content experience, right? But then I do agree with you. I'm gonna say this: there's something missing. We've got the streamer ecosystem. Turn on the camera and be awesome. We've got the Chessable course, which is hours of work, potentially very big upside. Some of the creators do really well and 6 figures a year on regular courses. There's something more in the middle, and I don't know if it's a podcast thing, and we can kind of palantir some of this stuff and kind of like allow people to like support their favorite player on Chess.com directly, like with content. Maybe it's like a premium blog type of thing where almost like chess publishing. Shout out to chess publishing. There's a site that is out there for those who don't know, chesspub.com, where it's not quite Chessable and it's not just throw on the camera, not to disparage streamers, right? But it's a little more like creative content world supported by the community. And I have that in the list of things that I really care about doing before my time is done on this green earth. And I check out. So that's what I would say. And we want to do that. By the way, I'm focused on this list. I know you guys are bringing comments. I hope most people are happy. I'm sure the people who, maybe feel like I'm ignoring them or are angry about something and living in their own world. I mean, I love you, be happy, ask yourself, what are you getting out of that story you're telling yourself of negativity? Like, what's your payoff in that, right? Are you getting a payoff in that somewhere? Some sort of self whatever? I don't know. Like, it's always good to reflect on everything we do in life we do because we get a payoff. So what's your payoff if you're in a negative framework and mindset? So maybe work on that. Okay, moving on. If I play a cheater and maybe I get my points refunded, isn't that a waste of my time? That's true, but would you rather not get your points refunded? I don't really understand that. If you're saying you're mad at the world because people do bad things, I don't inherently disagree with you. If you drive and get in a car accident, it was a waste of your time, even if it was 100% someone else's fault. If you get robbed, it was probably a waste of everything you had on you. If someone does even worse than that, it's probably a waste of a lot of good things on the planet. we can't prevent it. We can try to do what's right after it happens. So I don't know. The math isn't that simple, Zardarsh. That's like someone screaming into a void without the consequences of it. Our rating system has taken a lot of hard work to maintain the integrity of it so that it doesn't become crazy inflated. And that's the truth. People care about their chess.com's ratings and their leaderboard position for a reason, because the rating system takes a lot of work. When you're dealing with complicated math and large ELO bands and the Glico 2 system, you have to find a way to make sure that you don't get inflation. And we made some really tough decisions long ago to do that. And I'm proud of what we did there, because not every chess site has done it. And that's why they have inflated ratings. And you can't just feed points into a system without suffering consequences down the road. And, that's how economies work. We got problems with that, with inflation, right? So you can't just give more rating points, Zardarsh, and not have of consequences. I said Glico 2. It's also Glico 1. I was using a Glico term. Jack Sarkeesian, we talked about that with verified as something we did. We are going to be working on a verified system going forward. And again, I won't go, you can back up and maybe someone clip that. I talked about that. It is something we're going to be doing, but it's complicated. We rolled out a verified program that we don't really feel that we thought through properly. And we'd like to really do that when we can do it properly. And whether it's phone, 2FA, picture ID, combo of those things, maybe also if you're premium, that, obviously that's a credit card, so that counts, but premium would not be required. That's not a pay for verification thing. We would find some combo to verify it, and we feel like the reason to do it is there. Maybe it's also a certain amount of games played anyway, but we want to really do it the right way, and we didn't feel like we had done it, so we actually pulled back the verified program, even though we did deliver on the experience for people who had already paid for it. Just remember, we did do that. I know there's been unhappiness about that, but all we really did was pull back the ability for new verified members, and we delivered on the length of the full year promise. We feel like when we bring that back, we want to do it the right way. So that's the answer on that. I don't really know why you banned Hans' Chess.com account. If some had to be taken regarding the scandal, it was FIDE's responsibility, not you or even Lee Chess. That is a very complicated story. As you know, there's been a lawsuit on that. And there's a lot to that. What I will say is that the lawsuit has been dismissed. We are hopeful for more peaceful resolutions to come back. Whether that ever means Hans Niemann is back on Chess.com again is probably up to Hans, honestly. And anyone who saw the ABC Nightline piece when Eric and I said that we wouldn't be closed to a fully peaceful resolution for all parties involved. And when I say it, some people might claim hypocrisy in the statements that I make regarding that we do genuinely have empathy and wish the best for Hans. That is true. Anyone who saw my conversations with Hans in the Hans Niemann report, there was much more to that. I've known Hans for a very long time. And while there was even criticism by people on the other end who feel that I was way too harsh, way too easy on Hans, even in the very beginning of that whole story, I did the best I could, trying to do the best by the person in front of me with the information that I had. And so to answer your question without giving you more that I probably shouldn't speak about fully just yet, hopefully somebody will be able to, I can say that there was a lot to that. We did the best we could for all parties involved with the information we had. And obviously the Hans Niemann report described all of that and it explained our actions. So the best thing I could say is the Hans Niemann report kind of laid that out and we kind of explained why we did what we did. It was tough. We hope for peaceful resolutions. And so with this answer I'm giving, this is slightly long-winded. This might answer some of all the other lawsuit questions on there. So as far as we're concerned, the lawsuit has been dismissed. We are hopeful for peaceful resolutions by all parties moving forward into the future. Whether Hans ever returns is kind of up to Hans without unpacking more of that right now. And this has been really, really tough on everybody and the chess community, and Hans included in that. And we hope that it moves forward and that ultimately this is looked back as something that was a really interesting experience where a lot of people grew and learned a lot. And by no means do I mean to say that I think Chess.com handled things perfectly. I think we've been criticized on different ends of different perspective, but there's also been different ends of different perspectives on a lot of other things in this. And And there you go. So we're hopeful for that, and I hope that you hear us on that, and we'll see where things go. And yeah, there's a lot of information on it. You can see Chess.com's position on things. We've written it. We've made statements. Hans Niemann report statements recently. Those sort of things. So there you go. When will Chess.com introduce its own database of games similar to ChessBase and others? So did you know we have this tool called Library? Isn't as good as ChessBase. We all want Library to be better. The truth is, probably most people don't need all the features ChessBase has. That's as a professional player, or at least at one point I was a professional player. That's not to disparage ChessBase. Shout out to Fred Friedel and the whole crew at ChessBase. We love you. Have done amazing good things for chess. I believe that ChessBase is still the best product on the market if you're serious about studying chess and building databases. But that's also a next level of chess that a lot of people aren't really. That's a level of battle that the world, that not everyone in the world is ready to engage in, to quote Thor from the first Avengers. And so we are working on improving it. Here's what I would say. I am not happy at all with the current state of the Chess.com analysis product. Everyone in our company knows that, and also we've been doing other great things for the community. But if you want to talk about Chess.com analysis, the support of database functionality so that you can search in real time, get games lists, customize them, boom, copy and paste them over here, build your study database, boom, opening repertoire, right? Let me pull it back and do analysis and do all of this in one unit and portal like ChessBase can do. I'm not happy with that, and we need to do a lot in that area, and we're aware and we're working on it. So, when will the next PogChamps be? Someone want to tell Dave Tucker? Does anyone want to tell Dave Tucker? Who wants to tell Dave? Who wants to tell him? Who wants to tell Dave? Should we play the video? Should we play the video? Okay, we'll do that later, Dave. Thanks for being. God, this is just nutty. Oh man, hopefully I'm going to go a little faster through some of these, especially if I've already answered them. But the community really turned out. This shows you that we really went all in here. We've answered tough questions. I think you guys appreciate that. Here we go. I need some water. Sometimes I wish I had a banana. I don't know if there's anybody who has a banana. I don't know, or a snack. Sometimes I wish I had a banana. Or maybe some Indian. I don't know. Some Indian would be great. A banana or Indian? What do you think? I don't know. Okay, we're going to keep going. Add an option to request take back from your opponent. So, we do allow takebacks. Staff have the ability in egregious situations to enforce a takeback. I think that a takeback feature between friends is overdue. I think if you're playing with a friend, there's all kinds of ways a take-back feature can be abused as well. And I would say that a take-back feature by agreement between two accounts that are friends is something we should have. I would agree with you on that. Get 10 people to request that via user snap. We have the rule of 10. Get 10 people, two very similar foos. Yes, that's true, Jack. Will Chess.com extend its own name to other big games such as Go one day? No plans to do that at this time. We love chess. It's authentic in that. Obviously, we have become a big gaming website, and we are very humble and grateful for the success. Obviously, we flex it from time to time because it's fun, and we should, right? Being on Times 100 list, we become a thing that is bigger than maybe some of the wildest dreams. And I honestly feel like we're just starting. I think the world of chess has so much ahead that I can't even entertain other games at this time. So that is the answer to that. When will we get those special features that are on the website that are on the app? That is a constant process. We are in a constant state of, you develop things that are easier to develop. I mean, for example, some of you may not know that Android has a new version of puzzles that is way better than our puzzles on the iOS and the web. Shout out to the Android team. Shout out to the puzzles team. There's a whole version of puzzles that we're bringing that is so freaking fun and awesome and rewarding. So like it's hard when you're dealing with different tech stacks. We don't develop in Unity, at least not for a lot of these things. There are some other apps potentially in Unity, but here's the thing. It's not as easy as you say. We appreciate that feature parity is a big thing we need. I love you. We need feature parity. I love you. I feel you. Like they say in Avatar, the blue people, not the one with Aang, the Airbender. Shout out to the last Avatar, the Airbender, last Airbender Avatar, greatest anime series of all time. The blue people, they say, I see you. I see you. I hear you and I see you. We need feature parity. I love you. We move on. Is Chess.com planning to increase staff numbers? Is that something you're worried about? Hey, all the time, right? We got to be fiscally responsible despite our success, but we also have to invest in the opportunity before us. There's a couple of analogies there, right? Sometimes you have to be worried about a balloon getting so much air that it floats away and it pops, and now we've lost our company because we invested too much air. The other analogy is, what if it's a water balloon and the water is coming in whether you like it or not? If we don't expand the balloon, it's going to pop, right? And the level of attention that chess is getting has us on the edge of our seats, and we have to invest all the time. And so yeah, we hear you, and we're going to be fiscally responsible. We are hiring, but we're also slowing down hiring a little bit right now, and we're going to continue to do the best we can with the information in front of us. That's what we're going to do. Can those of us legendary league people get a cool high five or flare? Ready? Everyone who's in legendary, we're going to air five in 3, 2, 1. Boom. That was pretty awesome. It felt really cool because my teenage son developed a secret handshake with me the other day. It felt so cool that he still cared about that. He wanted me to do a secret handshake with him. It was a big dad moment. So Air 5 makes us cool. If you're in Legendary League, cool Air 5. Maybe we'll get you some flair down the road. Just kidding. We actually are working on that. We do believe in leagues, and we want to do a better job of rewarding you for being an awesome league player. But we're working on that. Danny Rensch, are you really a green pawn impersonating a human? Wouldn't you like to know? How do you balance time for working on your own chess and time with Chess.com work? Is there much overlap? The answer really is that my chess playing has taken a back seat. My chess playing took a back seat a while ago. Before Chess.com became the really demanding job that it is now. And it's just, I love chess. If you look at my account, just go log into, go look at chess.com/Daniel Rensch or whatever. I don't play very much. It makes me sad. I miss it. I miss playing over the board chess. Shout out to the Denver Open in 2019. Just look that up. I had a good tournament. I wish I could bring that back that experience. But not currently playing chess at this time. Maybe in another life. What is the most difficult thing from a programming standpoint to implement into the website? We had the guy who we should have asked that to. His name was Josh Levine. Shout out to the Collegiate Chess League. Go give them a follow, by the way. College chess is a huge thing of the future. You heard it here. Just get ready for chess in colleges to blow the up. Okay? The most difficult thing from a programming perspective, I don't know that I'm not qualified to answer that. Josh Levine was. I think right now I could say server stability has been at the top of the list. Well, okay, I can say this, that the technology that powers game review. When I say there have been features on the roadmap for 10 years that we're only just doing, that's not a joke. We've always known that this was a bit of a holy grail to really invest in a way for people to get instant feedback. Not from a human, but in a way that intuitively is actually really, really helpful. I think that our game review is as close to that as ever been. And I will say this, the technology that is powering that has another breakthrough on the way. And we are investing heavily in that technology to make it fun, interesting, engaging, and the kind of thing that, to use the evil term for everyone who wants to make us evil for investing in awesome, cool ways to make chess a part of your life and make you a smarter person. It's going to be the kind of thing that you probably have to go premium for. Honestly, it's going to be so awesome. We really feel like we are on the precipice of some major breakthroughs there. And it's really hard work. It takes a lot of R&D to maintain and to really tease that out and not make it clunky. And obviously the world has AI and Chat GPT and all kinds of things going. There's a wild future there. And again, assuming the world doesn't destroy itself and we all make smart, responsible decisions, I think the technology there is going to be really, really fun. And I'm looking forward to that. I will say that has been a very hard piece of technology to really get right. At Blitz Champs, you promised a chair giveaway, but that never happened. Why? You're not wrong. I'm going to give a chair giveaway. I'm going to give away a Secret Lab chair. How should we do this? How should we do this, team? Community team on Slack. Do you want to do it on Discord? Let's give away a chair. Let me go to the broadcast room. Let's give away a chair. At Trim, let's figure out how to do that. Maybe Discord soon. We'll figure it out. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. An elephant is faithful 100%. And I got a little distracted on that show. I would love, it's going to be a secret lab chair, a custom chair, Champions Chess Tour chair. We're going to do it. Sign up for the Discord, and we'll go from there. Calling Trim. We got to figure this out. We got to figure it out. Okay. We're going to do it. We're going to give away a chair. Maybe in the next Danny versus Discord. Maybe we should, maybe we'll just do it like today, but it's got to be something that really brings out the people. Photoshop contest? You know I love Photoshop contest. But what would be Photoshop? We've done everything, right? You put me in a Beth Harmon wig. You know, you've done everything. I don't know what I could possibly put on the line for a chair at this time. I'll get back to you. Have your people call my people. Are you planning to shut down Chess? I asked for a banana. I have a banana. The greatest day in the world. You guys just got 20 more questions out of this banana. Thank you. That's Dallin, our head of design. Love that guy. Thank you, Dallin. Love you. I love you. Are you planning to shut down Chess24 as you did with Chess Bomb? We're not actually sure about that. We're trying to invest in all the things that Chess24 has had and ever would have wanted to have. It relates a little bit to the thing I said about wanting to make sure we complete the circle of a fully supportive creator ecosystem. We're really interested in helping people, engage with the community directly and be supported and supporting their lifestyles to do that. We have had plans. Again, I can't speak to all of it with Chess24 to do that. The events player itself, because you made the Chess Bomb reference, is an interesting thing. We do know that our mobile app experience is not very good when it comes to watch. 100%. Chess.com's events player from a mobile watch thing is not great. We all know it, and we want to make it better. We hear you. We also believe that the chess.com/events main web portal has come a long way and is pretty awesome. But it doesn't have full feature parity yet, so we will not shut it down without that. The future of Chess24, though, will actually always be intact because we actually love the Chess24 brand and community for what 24 means, which is 24/7. Chess over the board, too. Chess is nonstop. And we have no intentions to shut it down. In fact, there are some questions coming about commentators, and we've been trying to figure out how to handle a lot of things. There's been a lot of big discussions. Yours truly has been a bit of a bottleneck to that because there's a lot of things going on and we haven't had as much bandwidth to do what we need to do. So apologies to anyone who's ever been unhappy about anything ever. I'm sorry. Doing our best, but there are no plans to shut it down. There are plans to perhaps reinvent, bring over, maybe keep certain channels alive in terms of coverage and make sure that there are different options for people who want different types of chess coverage versus others. We're trying to figure out all the ways to make everyone happy. And right now there are no plans to do that, at least not in the immediate, because we don't feel like we've earned that yet. We need to invest further in the things that Chess24 has had that we haven't had. All the videos that are there will be on Chess.com or Chessable at some point. So if you were a Chess24 premium member, you're not going to lose anything. And we're taking our time with that. So there you go. Would it be possible to provide more family plans memberships? We've considered that. We are considering it. We'll get back to you on that. Get back to you on that one, Bob. I'm going to get back to you on that one, Bob. Bob, and get back to you. Get back to Wicked Doc down here. Okay. Can you explain why Chess.com released personal correspondence between the company and Max DeLugi to Vice Media last year? That is a big question. It is a question I just read it on the spot. I've never really spoken publicly about. I would say that we've received a lot of criticism over the years for how we have handled title player closures. Many people believe that we have not been harsh enough, that we have actually contributed to the problem by not engaging in a higher form of capital punishment, because it isn't actually murder. So capital punishment here, by letting someone know, that the world know that someone cheated, maybe it would deter cheating. Maybe we're wrong about how we've handled certain things. There's also a completely other side of that coin where people make mistakes and don't deserve life imprisonment. I don't know where you sit on that. Some of you might be Jean Valjean in that, and you're looking to imprison someone for 19 years because they stole a loaf of bread, no matter how old they were, and criticize me and how I handled Hans Niemann or any other juniors or people that have cheated, let alone, other adult members. I get it. Look, there's a very big and nuanced conversation there. And when it came to that, we were navigating a lot of pressure and a lot of questions on a topic that became public, or even was public, without us having ever made it public. We weren't really there, and then when the floodgates opened, we didn't do anything against our legal terms of service or right or anything. We understand that we engaged in something that was a little different, but at the same time, there are unique times that call for unique measures and decisions. We learned a lot. We learned a lot about that, and I would say that depending on where you sit on the pendulum of how Chess.com handles cheat detection, and given the unique circumstances and how that came down and what was facing us, you might have handled it differently. You might have handled it the same as us. I know that we learned a lot about that. And if you don't think we handled it well, then, that is certainly your right to do so. And we will continue to invest in this whole area of things and make it better for the future. One, because we have to, because we're putting millions of dollars into prizes. And two, because I'm not saying anything I'm saying just to do the Mr. Big Chess politically correct answer. I think I am giving a politically correct answer. And I think if people sat in my chair, you might have handled it differently, knowing what I knew. If you knew what I knew, you might have handled it differently. I'm just going to say that. That said, I don't dismiss the criticism or certainly not the right to question what happened there. And I hear you. And there you go. And I wish everyone the best. All right. What is Chess.com actively doing to prevent cheating? Please talk about cheat detection in as much depth as you can. We do talk about cheat detection a lot. So with all due respect to Hoodie J. Schmizzle, there's all kinds of videos on it. I've talked about our team, our algorithms. I've probably danced on the line of saying things that we do. The system is really a 3-tier process. If you want to talk about the data, the analysis, because anytime you're dealing with statistics, there is only certain and more certain, or less certain. There is never a world where anybody with any integrity there pretends that they're not measuring statistics for the probability that they're wrong just as much as they're right. And a lot of the criticism we've received recently from guys like Vladimir Kramnik, who's a friend of mine, and we had a 2-hour call with Kramnik just this week to let you know the inside stuff, as Vladimir has expressed his displeasure with us not acting more aggressively at times for people that he thinks are cheating. I would say this: 99% certainty is not enough for me, because that means one person in the professional world, especially where their livelihood is being built, is being closed potentially falsely. So we have to act at an even higher threshold. And there's criticism as to maybe our thresholds are too high. Maybe we should pull the trigger a little more aggressively. We're currently considering this, but there's 3 tiers of it. There's the data, there's the analysis, which is where I just went on that tangent, and then there's the enforcement or proctoring, which is getting people on Zoom calls, screen sharing, technology that tracks, requiring 2 cameras. We are doing more in each one of those buckets than you probably know. And can we do better in every one of those buckets, the data, the analysis, and the proctoring? You bet your damn ass we can. We can 100% do better. And we are not happy with how we're probably delivering in any one of those areas at this time. Chess.com can do better on data, on analysis, and on proctoring. Also, go read the reports I gave at the beginning of this. We are closing more people for cheating effectively and getting more admissions than you would ever know. We're pretty effing good at what we do. I get it. And half the times the people who ask these questions, I'm not saying anything, but usually there's a motive behind it. We're pretty damn good at this. Someone once said that Chess.com has the best cheat detection in the world before they launched a $100 million lawsuit. There's a lot to this, and I'm not trying to troll. Like I already said, I already gave comments before to Hans, and anyone who wants to bag on, again, I genuinely mean what I said. I'm pointing out the truth. We do have the best cheat detection. This is not easy. We can't prevent cheating. We can only act, and we can do better in all three pillars of data, analysis, and enforcement / proctoring. And good question. I kind of already answered this. Why was Hans Zimmer banned when the 72-page didn't show any additional cheating? Again, I answered that. We actually answer it in the report if you want to read it closely again. That's not even necessarily factually accurate what you're saying as far as whether there was additional cheating or not. And again, there's a lot to that, that you can unpack. And I already gave a lot of answers to the general Hans Niemann situation and wish him the best. And we're hoping for good things for the community, for everyone going forward. When are you going to allow Hans to play again? I already answered that. That's kind of up to Hans at this time. Why is everything breaking so much more frequently? Okay, again, that's a fair statement. You're throwing a shoe a little bit because it's kind of a general statement to scream. Like as I tell my 7-year-old daughter that always and never are toxic words. Because whenever we say you always do something, usually that's not actually true. It's an emotional word because you have big feelings at the time. To say something never goes your way is probably also not true. Things have been breaking under the strain of the growth that we've been experiencing recently. Not all of them have been our fault. Back up and watch Josh Levine's comments. We talked about that. And some of them have been. Why have they been breaking? Because we went from 4 million daily active users to we almost hit 15 million daily active users at the peak. We are now roughly around 11.5 million daily active users, if you want to know. 11.5 million people are logging in, not just to play chess, but consume content, leave comments, chat messages. This is a really tough thing we're dealing with. The scale is not comparable. The number one most played chess website in the world is Chess.com's live server. The number two most played chess website in the world is Chess.com's bot player. So before we even talk about other sites, the number one and number two millions of chess games played every day have been breaking us, along with the fact that we are a content site with all kinds of things that make it fun. The avatar that shows up and the ways we do things. It's a lot to do, and we're trying. And I'm sorry, things have been breaking more under the strain of the growth, and we're doing our best. There you go. And I actually think they're doing pretty good, at least in the last couple months here. And I'm pretty proud of the team for getting us where we are. There you go. I think you probably are too, secretly. I think you are. I think you're proud of us. What is Chess.com doing to decrease the number of false fair play bans? That's a big question. I mean, I think a lot of people would argue we're not doing enough to catch cheaters. Anytime you pull a dial there, anytime someone truly has a false fair play ban, we hear them out and we turn it over. A lot of people claim false fair play bans, and it's not a false fair play ban. And that's a fact, Jack. Why did you get rid of ChessBomb? We didn't get rid of ChessBomb. ChessBomb and Chess.com came together. We acquired their company. The developers, shout out to Peter, Boris, a lot of the people working hard. They were working with Chess.com and doing pretty well. And they were, paid to do their job, and also a lot of good things happened over that time. And I think we've built a pretty awesome events player. So we didn't get rid of it. We created a new experience together, and there's a happy ending there. And I'm pretty excited with what people have there at chess.com/events. I do also validate that I love, ChessBomb itself as a direct site was there, and there was a community there that we've welcomed. And I think we've actually added more features than ever we could have before to develop two separate websites. And, there's a lot of reasons why that's a hard thing to do. So there you go. Why is there no way to undo pre-moves on a mobile website? That's a hard piece of technology. We've talked about two things for mobile app. Multiple pre-moves. And wait, you can't undo pre-moves. All you have to do is just click. So that's actually a bad question. You can't undo pre-moves on the mobile. If you're talking about mobile web and not the app, maybe there's a bug recently, but you can undo pre-moves. You just click on the board before a thing is made. You can undo pre-moves. But we need multiple pre-moves, but that's a really hard thing to do with touchscreen technology, although we are working on it. No promises. Do you expect Chess.com to invest more of its resources into slower time controls? We are working on a classical time control for chess on Chess.com. And we are. So I'm just going to answer. I'm not going to give you a date on that. Josh Levine himself is a huge chess guy. You know, he loves Bughouse. He deeply cares about this. He oversees the technology. It is a thing we're going to do. At some point, right now, you have Rapid, Blitz, Bullet. You've got your variants. We will have classical chess ratings on Chess.com before we are dead and gone. There you go. Has Chess.com thought through sponsoring a football soccer team like Wrexham? That is the best bleeping idea I have ever heard in my life. I love Welcome to Wrexham. Shout out to Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. Good show. Welcome to Wrexham. Okay, next. Please bring back the old Chess24 commentary with Leko, Jan, and Svidler. Leko is the best commentator around, in my opinion. I had an interesting email exchange with Peter last week. We're hoping to mix Peter in. By the way, I'm talking about Peter Leko. Svidler, another Peter, also great, and Jan. We will continue to right the ship of where all different styles of commentary are, and you have not seen the last of Leko and Jan Gustafsson and Peter Svidler commentating. I hear you on that. And there's been a lot going on with it. I think that they've actually done some shows on Chess24, even post-merger, but we'll continue to work on that. So thank you for that. Why do I keep getting 502 errors? I hear you on that, but again, we're investing in technology. You feel that paid... Oh, there's another part to that. I feel that paid accounts should be higher priority than other users. There's a lot of things premium users do get that are higher priority, right? They get a lot of access to features they wouldn't otherwise get. There's been a lot of requests to make premium only player pools and premium things. It's really hard to restrict access to ingest to premium members, and I'm not sure I would ever be okay with that. So I think that premium benefits should exist. I don't know that being a premium member can hide everyone from the pain of our server growth. We did the best we could during that time, and there was a short time during the real crisis of that where we were trying to prioritize the queue, at least as far as games went. But our eventual goal, of course, was to make that equal for everyone. Though I hear you again that we want to get more stable. That's what I hear on that. Please invest in your technology, Chess.com. I hear you. We are. And there is a discussion about whether premium members, especially with our scale, should maybe have other types of benefits besides just access to learning tools. Discussions about chat features, similar to subscribers on Twitch, right? Discussions about access to other things. So we hear you on that, especially as we've scaled to the point. What if we double players again and we're at 30 million daily active users? We obviously need to address all of these things, and we are talking about it actively. Any plans to have Chess TV on Kick? We are not close to that in the future. Right now, the answer is no. Obviously, there's a lot going on in this streaming world, from YouTube to Twitch to Kick. I think there's a broader battle being had between those platforms and probably others that are coming into that space that is a slightly different level of I don't want to use the term warfare because the analogy ends there, especially not during times like this. There's a different type of competition going on between those sites, and I do believe Chess.com's ultimate role should be to support the streamers in the Chess.com streamer program. And therefore, if our streamers continue to diversify where they would like to be, Kick, Twitch, YouTube, as long as we're doing it in a responsible way, I see it as our goal to provide the benefits to those streamers, reaching the chess community, and therefore reaching new people on those platforms. So in the future, if I'm just answering you philosophically as the guy who oversees kind of this decision area, it's not just my decision, but if I'm looking at it like philosophically, strategically, I don't think Chess.com should be anything more than platform agnostic and supportive of where people want to create chess content. As far as that part of the ecosystem. That said, we're not currently streaming on Kick for all the reasons people know. When they first came in, it was a site that was directly, even just only associated with gambling and adult content. And I wasn't okay with that. I think they're doing a lot. If anyone wants to send this to Kick, to obviously invest and show that it's also more than that, and they genuinely care. And I have kids, 4 of them, and I'm always aware of where I send them and what that endorsement means. But I'll be honest, like as a parent as well, I think you have to have conversations with your kids and empower them with knowledge. Because unless you're truly prepared to be Amish and go disappear into the mountains of the world, you're not actually being responsible about what your kids can access anyway. You're probably lying to yourself. And so my position as a parent is to empower your kids with dangerous knowledge and talk to them about all the things, from what waking up and looking at your phone first thing does to your brain, to what's available on the internet, to teen suicide rates. That's right. My son will tell you the first time I sat him down when he was 13 and showed him the thread of a young woman who had taken her life because she was pressured to send nudes. And that thread woke up my son in a really big way. Not that he was engaging in any of that, but that's the kind of conversation I choose to have, because I want my kids to be aware of what's wrong with the world and then be good people within the world and make their best decisions after being empowered with knowledge, rather than shielding, hiding, then they rebel and I pretend that there's a problem, right? There's all kinds of problems with YouTube. There's all kinds of problems with Twitch. There's all kinds of content as you define it as problems. So sorry for the philosophical rant, but as a parent, I choose to engage in communication and the responsibility of that, and I can't hide everyone from everything. So where Chess.com will sit as far as ultimately engaging in partnerships on that level, like, it's complicated because I also do understand there's a responsibility for what we endorse. And that is a dance that we are consistently playing to try to find the right answer, similar to cheating, to try to find the right answer given our responsibility. So that's my answer to that. And on a personal level, I try to talk about that stuff openly with the people that are in my stead, if you will. And I hope that you do the same for the people in your stead. Next question. Why aren't you bringing on some of the old chess commentators? We already answered that. We're going to do more of that. Thank you for that. Following your favorite thing you've been working on over the last few months. My favorite thing I've been working on. I probably can't tell you my favorite thing I've been working on because that's confidential. And hopefully if it comes to fruition, it's going to blow your mother bleeping mind. I can't tell you that. Second favorite thing, PogChamps 5. And it already was announced today. Concerning the Pro Chess League, I wonder if it would make sense for each franchise to have a geographical farm system. That's an interesting suggestion. I don't know how I feel about geographical limitations, because that's the other way to look at it. It's not just a farm system. I think I subscribe to a little more of the Premier League, where you can bring players from all over the world. And we are considering how to make things awesome for future Pro Chess League viewers. Hans and Next CGC. I answered a lot of Hans' questions today. You should back up and check it out if you're just joining. When will we get more variants to the mobile app than just Chess 960? That's a really good question. You should complain about that. You should send in tickets and say that you want more variants. Some of them are a little more complicated than others. That's the truth. That's just the answer. It's hard to develop. But I hear you on that. I hear you on that. When are the Legendary League Prize matches coming back? I don't know enough about leagues as a product, as a priority, as where we're investing in that at that time. At this time, I really don't. You'll notice I kind of punted on a few of those questions today. But yeah, we're really good. We're almost done, everybody. Hang in there. Kobe. When are we going to get repertoire checks against Chessable courses? That is a great idea. The future of Chessable and Chess.com is going to make you so happy. You know, in real time, being able to suggest to you after you play a game. Only 2? That's actually false, production. Now shame on you for trolling me. I've given several other great idea comments today. There you go. There should be more. I've given several, okay? It's a great idea. And we're going to be doing that. And you wait. Please invest a little bit in how Chess.com website shows tournament games and results on its website. If you're talking about tournaments played on Chess.com or Chess.com/events, I hear you and agree we can do a better job displaying things on both accounts. There you go. Real-time chess ratings for players, 2700 chess, Chess 960 support, better event navigation. Okay, great. That was a rapid-fire list of requests. Real-time chess ratings, agreed. Chess 960 support, okay. Better event navigation, agreed. We actually had a whole product meeting yesterday on our events product, and we know that it needs help, and we're investing in it, and it's going to continue to get better and better. We hear you. Is it possible to get a sentence summarizing AI generated for each game of tournaments? That's interesting. That's a good idea. We already have. I almost said the thing in the works. We already have a thing in the works that's going to combine a little bit of AI more than we're doing, combined with the technology that I said that powers game review. But I'll also say that getting a summary of how you played in a tournament, like overall you played this way, or how Magnus played, I don't know. That's interesting. I don't really know I need a little more to understand the use case of that. To be honest, I think getting real-time feedback on your games is different. As far as tournaments, like an overall statement on how you played in the tournament, like good job, killer, way to go, sport, or you struggled with this overall in the event. That's interesting. I hear you. Okay. Are there any plans to implement any of the Play Magnus features into Chess.com? Yes, there are. And we're continuing to work on that. And the Play Magnus apps are still out there for those who love the Play Magnus apps. And I'll just say, yeah, we're working on that. A lot going on. A lot to do. What kind of conversation does your team have around making cheat detection stricter on newer accounts? I gave a lot of answers on this, right? And again, acknowledge the 3 buckets: data, research, the algorithms, the analysis, detection, if you will, and then enforcement, proctoring, moderating in real time. All 3 of those areas are things we have. We're probably doing more than you know. We can do better. This actually relates to the next question, which is I'd like a feature where you can limit Seek accounts with a minimum number of games played. So I'm going to answer both of those as far as detection stricter on newer accounts and restricting people till they've played a number of games. The answer is yes to both of those. And we have recently experienced cheating at scale in a way that we never did before. Regardless of the, a little cheating scandal in the year 2022 you may have heard about, right? A lawsuit that was just dismissed. Regardless of other, top level stuff, we have experienced a growth and a cheating at scale that has been wild. And we are investing in both of those big time, and there's a lot to it. Do you actually punish title players for cheating? Yes, we do. We always have, and we do. And there is a kind of openly known kind of way we do that. We ban them, and based on their admission or cooperation, we kind of navigate it as human beings. And there is a macro and a policy that we are, as I openly said, always revisiting and actively, aware of the criticisms of more capital punishment or the effects of that. But we always have, so that's not really a fair comment if it's a troll one. And we do ban them, and there's a lot to that. Often they do experience some fallout in their local communities, even without us sort of publicly claiming we ban them. The people who know that we've engaged in different types of banning, whether it's, some more open or public, some more shadow banning than others, regardless of your criticism of that, we're working on it. There are consequences for it. And those consequences, are meaningful. And can we maybe do more? That's an interesting conversation to have. And it's something we've been talking about with many parties, from FIDE to others, for years, and we're going to continue to do so. And we will. There you go. There is no thought of extending Chess.com to something like Shogi or Shang-Chi at this time. The answer is no to that. Will Chess.com ever publicly address the variance crashing daily a few months? I didn't know we weren't publicly addressing that. I love when I get accused of a conspiracy that's not real. It's my favorite type of conspiracy to be accused of. If you want to ask me, hey, Dan, what's your favorite type of conspiracy to be accused of? The one that's not real. That's my favorite type. So I didn't know we were covering that up. Apparently our variance server crashed. I'm sorry. It seems like a lot of things crashed, and we're doing our best here. I don't know. I honestly don't know why it crashed. I know we crashed on Tuesday. We talked about that, and there are other times. But yeah, there you go. Chess.com is increasingly causing difficulties for clubs. Relatively reduced, the site doesn't act neutrally, and there's a lack of transparency. I'd love to know more about that. Tournament ticks. Please send me a message on Chess.com and reference in that message that we talked about it on this show. If you're really serious, I actually like to know more about that. I had no idea that in some way, if we're not acting in full neutrality and not being transparent in terms of what you'd like to see, I want to know about that, because I do not have my hands around every aspect of this company in the way that I maybe once did. That's the truth. And so if you're unhappy, let me know. If you're, if you have your own biased perspective on that, we're going to find that out together, aren't we? We're going to find it out. So write me in, and please include that I mentioned it on the show, because I do have someone who helps me with my messages, and I'm sorry about that, but I get a lot of messages, and so I have someone who helps me and surfaces things. So make sure you mention that we talked about it here, so that we get so that I get my eyes on it. Okay. Matthew Held, can you please address the struggles that club admins are facing? Okay, apparently there's more to clubs. Let's go. I need to know about this. I don't even know the struggles that club admins are facing. I literally don't know about it. So let me know. Let me know. Man, it's 1:30. I think we should wrap this thing up. 3.5. Man, we did it. Can you make bots who are called prodigies like Alice Leontani? Ooh, very interesting. You have made idea. It is very much come out of you. Okay, very nice. Okay, that's interesting. We don't have 162. We don't have bots of people that we don't work with. Obviously, permission for their likeness, all that stuff. So of course, we'd want to navigate that and be respectful to kids. And it does sound like a fun idea to engage with some prodigies. Maybe at least for a month. Maybe there's a prodigy month, right? Maybe there's a prodigy month, and we have some kids get their bot on there. That's kind of a fun one. Someone tack that up to the Bots HQ room. Bots HQ room, going to Slack. Boom. Bot HQ room. People want a Prodigies month right now on the show. Also, I love you guys. Also, I'm typing that I love you in real time on a show. Okay. Also, get back to work. Also, I love you. Okay. Did we do it? Okay. That's it. We did it. And some of you are still watching. You know what's funny is when I have someone who's like a friend of my kid, it's awkward. Be like, I beat your bot with no help on 3 stars. And I'm like, well, then you were probably cheating. You were, and by the way, I usually just say that. Just like straight up, you were probably using an engine because you're probably not 2,500. I love you. There you go. You got to invest in the new generation, huh? You got to invest in the new people. How's that for brutal honesty? You're welcome, world. Boom. This is it. We're coming down to the last. Danny loves you. The Lady Blurred. Guys, we announced PogChamps 5 today. Let's go. Live final in LA with Ludwig. Who are your favorite creators? Get them invited. Let's let the chess streamers know it's happening. Reach out. Make it happen. This has been a really fun show. And I know that it is this isn't a show that attracts the highest level of viewership, because what most people want when they tune into chess is the best chess players in the world with commentary. And this is more of a podcast, a videocast show. But for those who appreciate what Chess.com is trying to do, what the chess world is honestly trying to do as a whole, and who maybe brought some really hard-hitting and honest and very direct questions, I hope you feel satisfied in terms of, the level of authenticity, at least with which, even if you maybe don't like the authentic person known as Danny Rensch or some of the authentic things Chess.com is trying to do, at least it's authentic and real. And I hope you appreciate that. So thank you for being here, all of you. And Andrew Tate will not be invited to PogChamps. That is not a thing. Okay, and I will do a little bit of reading chat in real time here. We've already done. I don't think we can get more hard hitting than the questions that have already hit us today. So you can do everything. I gained points in someone's book. I've always been the same person. So if you didn't know, if I gain points now, then I appreciate you acknowledging. Maybe you judged me before you knew me. Okay, let's get that verification up and going. I agree with you. We need to do it. Everyone wants it. Frank will be invited to PogChamps. That is a thing. Danny, I wish there were more companies out there doing this, right? Can we get some love? Find me another CEO. Okay, I'm not CEO. I'm Chief Chess Officer, right? But find me another executive who does this. Open style, takes your questions with no PR team or prep to back them up. Let's go. I will take on that CEO in a battle of honestly transparent questions. Run for president. Give me Holyfield, Taj Mahal. Let's go. I want Holyfield. Bring it on. Let's go. Okay, Danny, how much chess do you play I answered that before. I can't play a lot of chess. I'm personally being a dad. Danny is the PR team. If I was, we would get in trouble. There's a lot of people who are smarter at PR than I am. Danny, will we have more events like Michigan Chess? Yes, we will. There's already one in the works. I don't think I'm allowed to say, but it is a major university. It is a major university with another Blitz Champs event, and Pog Champs is coming. What more do you want? There's also, guys, let me tell you this. There's Pog Champs coming. There is going to be something happening in September that is even bigger than Pog Champs. I can't talk about it yet. You will know soon. I'm not kidding. And that is a for sure thing, so it's not even me teasing. Then there is things slightly less for sure happening in the October-November range that are awesome. And then we'll have the championship tour finals in December with a live city announced soon. So it's different than Pog Champs, but it's probably the biggest thing we've ever done in regards to something outside of our current community. I don't even know how to do 3-player chess, so that sounds fun. Need State of Chess more frequently. Guys, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted from being here. I'm a little verklempt. I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm a little verklempt. I'm feeling a little verklempt. I'm going to go sit in the dark over here and feel sorry for myself, all right? I'm going to go sit in the dark. Don't worry about me. I would crumple Bezos. Yeah, give me Bezos. Give me Zuckerberg. Give me Zuckerberg. Let's do it. Give me transparent, executive battle. Anyway, I think we're good. I think you guys are all great. We did a Ukraine charity. We've supported some others from the creator. Shout out to everyone. Obviously, a lot going on in Ukraine and Russia right now, and anyone fighting for it, losing their lives. This is, it's big stuff, and Chess.com's position on that is kind of public. Not that our position matters at a time when people are legitimately on the front lines. So much love to all of that. And we don't have a Ukraine charity around the books. Absolutely open and willing to do that again. And of course, we should. And if anyone has the means to donate or lend support, I encourage them to do so, even without Chess.com doing a charity. Rain will probably not be in this Pog Champs. There's no current plans on that. I haven't told him that yet. So if you want to clip it and ship it, you could maybe it's best that he hears from you. Danny says he's not inviting you to Pog Champs. You might want to ask him. Oh, by the way, we're doing it. Oh, wait, we didn't talk about that. What are we doing? We had Michael on the show. One of the biggest things we're doing is launching variance cash tournaments in September. Michael, I just stole your thunder. I'm just announcing it. That's not the big thing in September. That's actually not even close to the big thing. But in September, we're going to start doing cash tournaments for the variance community. Get ready. So if you love Duck Chess, Crazy House, King of the Hill, and everything in between, starting in September, chess.com/variance, go to there. We're going to start doing some cash tournaments for you variance players. So get ready. Get ready. Yeah, kind of like the decathlon, kind of with a championship thing in the end. So anyway, we'll see. So, all right, everyone who worked hard to help bring this show to life, thank you so much. I'm going to let everyone get back to their day. I actually am hungry. And the gauntlet of meetings, including the Fair Play Leadership meeting I told you about earlier, that's coming up in the afternoon. So we're gonna call this thing. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support of the chess community and Chess.com. Just being real, and thank you so much. We're doing our best. Hopefully, we're doing a lot of good things, and your support, whether it be via premium subscription, subscribing here. In any way, obviously, it helps us do what we're doing. It literally is what and why we can do what we're doing. So thank you for that. And yeah, thanks you to everybody for being here. Much love. Shout out to my team working super hard. The moderators, the community crew who brought this awesome you guys brought it today. You guys gave me some hard questions. Okay, why don't you back off a little bit next time instead of bringing me every possible tough hitting question under the sun. So thank you so much to everyone who engaged in the Reddit thread. Thank you to everyone who gave and sent their questions in early. Thank you to everyone here. Let's go PogChamps 5. Let's go. I'm so excited. Shout out to everyone for that. Live in LA. We'll see you in August. And without any further ado, everybody, good night, much love, and I will see you around on Chess.com.
Get ready.
I can't believe I just beat him. None of you thought I was gonna beat this man. None of you.
He's trying to. No, don't pre-move that. Oh my god, he could actually stalemate. No, this is really, really bad. He's gonna do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my.
You be careful with the queens, Alex Botez.
I should watch my queen, not give it away, right?
She's like, you know what? Let's play this whole thing out, dude. So I can make him feel like he has a chance.
But now King.
Oh, you put 92-bit blood on my Let's go! Yes! 6-0! Undefeated! My is throbbing.